Hello and welcome to this meeting of the Planning and Development Council of the Town of Oakville. Madam Clerk, do we have any regrets?
We have no regrets this evening.
Thank you. Council, are there any declarations of pecuniary interest? Madam Clerk, there are no declarations. It would be in order for two of us to move and second moving into Committee of the Whole, Councilor Lischina and Councilor Longo. Thank you. Any objections? None at all, so that carries, and we are now in Committee of the Whole, which is our relaxed state of rules for the purpose of facilitating public input. We have no consent items, public or confidential, and we do have several public hearing items. The first one is the public meeting and recommendation report, zoning bylaw amendment and draft plan of subdivision for Digram Developments, Oakville, which is 6th line in Marvin, approximately. And if you wish to speak to this item, you can call 905-815-6095, and we'll connect you to the meeting. You'll be called upon to speak following the registered delegations. We have a registered delegation, and that registered delegation is the planner for the applicant in case there are any questions. And with that, we'll give our attention to Rob Thun, and he'll summarize for the public the files that council has studied on this matter. Mr. Thun, you have the floor and the Zoom.
Thank you, Mayor. Before you tonight is a zoning bylaw amendment application and a draft plan of subdivision related to 8.5 hectares of land, as you had mentioned, on the west side of 6th line, north of Marvin. Originally, an official plan amendment was submitted with the application, but that was withdrawn from consideration by the applicant. The report tonight can be found as item 6.1. The meeting tonight also is a public meeting and a recommendation meeting, as additional lands are included into the draft plan of subdivision related to the future preserved drive on the west side of the draft plan. This is a similar situation to the next item, item 6.2 on the agenda, related to Argo West Morrison Creek. As you had mentioned, it's a statutory public meeting, and tonight's presentation is to introduce the application to council and the public. And you had mentioned the number on the screen for the public to call in should they wish, but once again, it's 905-815-6095. And council may recall that the first public meeting was held on June 16th, 2020, almost 2 years ago. Written comments were not received at that time, and nor did I receive any comments in advance of this meeting. Your Worship, if you'd indulge me before I get into item 6.1, I was wanting to just briefly highlight for council and the public's information several matters that staff always look into as part of development in North Oakville. And just starting out, North Oakville was planned for 55,000 people and 35,000 jobs. Developments were to be pedestrian oriented. So there was a focus on the pedestrian through the secondary plan process. The North Oakville secondary plan was also to include through its development a broad range of housing opportunities and tenures, not just freehold, but condos and rentals. Development, though, as you will recall, Your Worship, and several members of council, development is heavily influenced by the natural heritage system. At the end of the day, once North Oakville gets fully developed, it's anticipated that we're going to receive, as part of the town's natural heritage system, 900 net hectares of land of the total 3,100 hectares of land in North Oakville. So we're looking at approximately a third coming to the town as just natural heritage system. As part of that natural heritage system, and then NHS is our first priority, we use a systems-based approach. And the NHS doesn't include just the feature, it includes the functions and the buffers that are associated with those features. So to give you an example, creek blocks have a top of bank setback of 7.5 between the active area for the creek, the floodplain, meander belt, and development lots. When it comes to provincially significant wetlands, which we have a few in North Oakville, the buffer is 30 meters. That is all captured in the EIRFSS that's required as part of the secondary plan or as part of the development application process. And that process is reviewed by Conservation Halton and development staff here at the town. In addition to the NHS, as part of the development, there's 64.5 hectares of parkland that are going to be conveyed to the municipality for active parkland, for village squares, for the community parks. Our neighborhoods are supposed to be walkable with central activity nodes, reflecting activity areas and meeting places. So those activity nodes are to be active and animated. Transit, cycling, and trails are considered as attractive alternatives to the travel mode. So those are attractive modes of transportation other than the car. The neighborhoods are considered on a 400-meter walking distance to transit. So as you may recall, there was the 5-minute, 10-minute walking radius for activity areas. That's what our communities or our neighborhoods are based upon. And then as one final comment, Your Worship, OPA 321, which was approved in the last several years, just reaffirmed the urban structure for North Oakville. So getting into the Digram application, the slide before council identifies a site in black on the left-hand side and its context with the surrounding area. The subject lands, as you had mentioned, are on the west side of 6th Line, north of Marvin, as seen in the left-hand slide. The site is within the West Morrison Creek subwatershed. It consists of vacant agricultural land. And as you can see from the air photo, there is construction that's ongoing to the east of 6th Line. So the slide, or the left or right-hand side of the slide gives you more of the context of how these subdivisions fit in together. Tonight we will be speaking about 2, 3, and 4. That is Digram is 2, 3 is Argo, and 4 is Timpson. As you can see, they all abut 6th Line. And the plan also shows how the proposed road system, the NHS, the various land uses, the creek system with the stormwater management ponds, the parks, the schools are all being coordinated on a community-wide basis. With regards to the development application for Digram, the development reflects 512 residential units, of which 152 are townhouses, and those are located west of the Heritage Block, which is Block 24. 360 units are proposed in the 2 mixed-use blocks that front onto 6th Line and Street F. The residential units to the west are freehold. The units in the mixed-use block will be condominium in the future. Block 22 represents stormwater management pond. Block 24 represents the natural heritage system. As mentioned previously, the natural heritage system contains the creek, the associated floodplain, and the 7.5-meter buffers. Preserve Drive to the left-hand side of the screen or the slide is what was added onto this draft plan since the statutory public meeting, and that is the reason why tonight is a combination of a statutory public meeting and a recommendation meeting. Access to the site will be from 6th Line, will be from Marvin Avenue, which is Street A, and its extension westward from 6th Line, and future Preserve Drive on the west side of the subdivision. As mentioned, the ground-related units to the west are freehold. The mixed blocks are condominium. With regards to the condominiums, there is no unit count, or sorry, there is no consideration at this present time as rental. They are being proposed as condominium. With regards to the North Oakville East Secondary Plan and the Master Plan, the image on the left is figure NOE 2 from the secondary plan, and it identifies the subject property as being neighborhood area and natural heritage system. Natural heritage system principally relates to the creek. With regards to the master plan identifies the subject property as natural heritage system, general urban, suburban, neighborhood center, and also the stormwater management facility is being shown. From the zoning bylaw perspective, the subject property presently is zoned future development, FD. The bylaw that is contained in Appendix C is proposed by staff to rezone the property to neighborhood center, suburban, general urban, natural heritage system, and stormwater management facility. But in addition, there are several regulations that are being modified or included, which include, as you will see from your staff report and the zoning bylaw, amends the width regulation for encroachments of bay box windows in section 421 from 3 meters to 4 meters, and then the percentages for porches and the definition of a vertical plane in section 427. Each of these relate to design elements of an individual unit. The window and percentage are regulations already captured within the other special provisions of the zoning bylaw, and the vertical plane was included to assist in the building permit review for what constituted the vertical plane within the zoning bylaw. It also amends the rear yard setback regulation for townhouses in the general urban to 5.5 for only block 6, and that's abutting the stormwater management pond. And this was a result of the units being on the inside curve of the street and the angles that are projected. So this is very specific to that one area only. With regards to the pie-shaped lots that are on block 19, the maximum garage setback shall not apply. Again, that is very specific to that area, and it relates to the design of the units being reverse pies on the corner. We also establish regulations for the mixed-use block. Those regulations include density, height, minimum ground floor commercial space to complement the future site plan process and the urban design review, and also for creating animation along 6th line. There are also 3 holding provisions related to this application and the zoning bylaw amendment, and they can be found, as I said, in Appendix C. When it comes to parking, there have been several files brought before council where parking was discussed. So I thought I'd put this analysis together, and I believe council has received this information previously. But as you can see from the screen, the applicant has provided a preliminary parking plan showing both parking on site for the individual units and on street. Staff prepared the chart below in the bottom right-hand corner with regards to the required parking for each unit, the applicant's proposed parking, and the preliminary assessment of on-street parking. As mentioned, with regard to the freehold units west of the NHS, each is providing more than what is required. So you'll see the lane-based townhouses along Preserve Drive, they're only required 1. They're proposing anywhere between 3 and 4. The back-to-backs are proposing 2. Street townhouses are proposing 2, and the mixed-use block, when we deal with that at the future stage at the site plan, they will comply with the North Oakville bylaw. There is no relief being proposed. When it comes to on-street parking, 59 spaces are being proposed for the 152 dwellings west of the NHS, and 15 are being proposed east of the NHS in the mixed-use block areas. The mixed-use block areas will also have underground parking to satisfy the development there. And when it comes to on-street parking, I just wanted to highlight a policy that's in the secondary plan related to on-street parking, and it states, on-street parking should be permitted wherever possible to increase the animation, the reduce vehicle speeds, and to serve as a protective buffer for pedestrians and moving vehicles. So when we looked at that policy, Your Worship and members of council, we've made an effort into looking at on-street parking through that planning process. We will continue to do the review of on-street parking through the detailed engineering design in the future to maximize, to the extent possible, the on-street parking. In addition, there have been comments in the past through council meetings regarding the parking garages in the individual units. So I've had the applicant provide me with this preliminary concept. As you can see from the concept itself, single and double car spaces will maintain the standard 3 and 5.6 meter wide widths. but will increase the depth from 5.5 to 6.1 to allow for garbage and storage. The heights of the garage at 9 feet do allow for overhead storage and bikes if necessary. These designs will be reviewed further by staff prior to any marketing and sales. They will be included in the neighborhood information map that each prospective purchaser will receive, and also be included in the sales offices. So the information with regards to the parking, the parking garages will all be well known to the to the prospective purchasers when they make their decisions. And conditions of draft approval related to this matter are already included in Appendix D. So, Your Worship, in conclusion, I'll go back. The recommendation, Sorry about that, Your Worship. In conclusion, Your Worship, staff are putting forward the following recommendation for your consideration, which approves the application, passes bylaw 2022-048, and also grants approval to the conditions of draft approval. There is another condition related to Appendix E, which is very specific to the mixed-use blocks and the future site plan process. And then item number 6 relates to 6 line and the ability to reconstruct 6 line. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you, Mr. Thun. On behalf of council and the public, it feels great to see so much public input and council input taken account of. Councilor Palmer.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you, Mr. Thun, for an excellent presentation, covering all the extra details. I do have a couple of questions. I'm switching back and forth. My technology's failing me today, so forgive me if I'm a little slow. Okay, so you mentioned there's no relief from parking standards, and thank you for providing the breakdown of the number of parking spots for the type of units. I wanted to know if those spots include visitor on-street parking, or is that just for the unit?
No, through you, Your Worship, to Councilor Palmer, the parking for each individual unit is the 2 or 3 or 4. The on-street parking is totally separate, and that could be for the visitors, service people coming, plumbers, electricians, things like that.
Great, thank you. Just wanted to clarify that for the public. And then you mentioned the underground parking for the mixed-use building. Do we know how many levels of underground parking there will be?
Through you, Your Worship, to Councilor Palmer, we don't know at this time. There has been no defined building yet. We know what the parameters are that they need to build to with regards to the number of units and the parking spaces. That has not been determined yet.
Okay, does that entire application have allocation? Or, I mean, does that condo building have allocation, or is it just the?
Sorry, through you, Your Worship. There's a holding provision related to servicing allocation for the mixed-use block, so only the area to the west has the servicing allocation from the Halton region.
Okay, and when could we expect allocation for the mixed-use building?
The next servicing allocation program, I believe, starts in 2024, 2025 timeframe.
Okay. Yeah, and you know, I made this comment before too, just with these subdivisions going up and then the buildings kind of coming in at the end. So in this one, we know upfront that there's no allocation for the building. So that we're looking at least to 2025. Is there any possibility it could be allocated earlier? I know sometimes the region has extra units.
Through Your Worship, I'm not certain that there would be enough allocation to be provided to start those buildings, but we will encourage the applicant to explore that with Halton Region and see where it lands.
Okay, and for that building as well, what kind of climate emergency alignment are we looking at, and has any of that been discussed or explored at this time, or is it still preliminary?
It has not, through your worship, it has not been discussed in detail because the detailed plans have not been reviewed or even created so that staff could review it. However, we will, through that site plan process, encourage them to do everything possible. You should keep in mind that from a climate perspective, it is on a transit route, so we're trying to deal with the alternative modes of transportation as opposed to the car. It is in the cycling area. There's walking ability, so we're also trying to do those types. When it comes to the actual building itself, there is the building code that we have to deal with at the time the development occurs, but it's not to say we can't encourage them to go above and beyond.
Great. Thank you so much for answering my questions.
Thank you, Councillor Palmer. Councillor Longo.
Thank you, Your Worship. Mr. Thun, just a quick question, because I know there are 3 draft plans of subdivision this evening. You mentioned Digram, Argo, and then Tinsim. When you mentioned about the natural heritage system and the using a systems approach, have you been able to factor in how those 3 drafts of subdivision can actually protect and enhance the natural heritage system? If you can talk a bit about that.
Actually, if we can go back to, I think it would be nope, keep on going back, please. One more. When you, through your worship to Councillor Longo, when you look at this plan, you see the numbers 2, 3, and 4. They represent the natural heritage system where the eventual West Morrison Creek will go, okay? Presently, West Morrison Creek zigzags throughout the entire 3 properties to the point where some of it is actually a roadside ditch. So as part of this process, the formal creek block with required floodplains, meander belts, fisheries concerns, erosion protection, all that will be into where the numbers 2, 3, and 4 are going. And it also includes the buffers that you have raised.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Ilger.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Burton. Rob, can you remind me which creeks have the 15-meter setback from the Stapletop of Bank in North Oakville? Is it just Bronte and 16 Mile?
Through you, your worship, yes, you're correct. So
Thank you.
these are channelized sections where the 7.5 will apply.
Got it.
Thank you, Councillor Ilger. Well, Madam Clerk, are there any phone-in delegations?
No, there are not.
Thank you. Councillor Knoll.
Thank you, Worship. Very quick question. I noted during your presentation, Mr. Thun, that you made a very specific point of saying that the parking information would be located in the sales center, et cetera. You were very specific about where that information would be available for clarity for purchasers. Can you, so that's going to be in that, there's going to be specific rules about that within the site plan agreement or within the subdivision agreement or something? How is that being enacted and enabled?
Through you, your worship, to Councillor Knoll, condition 26 talks about the neighborhood information map. And it says the map is to be posted in a prominent location in each sales office from where homes in the subdivision are being sold and included in individual purchase and sale agreements.
Okay. What document again is that?
That is Appendix D to the staff report. It is a conditions of draft approval.
Thank you. That was, I was looking for which document for the developer that would be, what document the developer would be signing. Tongue-tied today. How enforceable is that? Because I know that's been an issue in the past. We've seen signs located behind potted plants or, you know, on the back of the bathroom door or something like that in the past. How enforceable is making sure that information is front and center for the information of the
Through you, your worship, in the past,
Yeah.
I've actually gone to the sales center, looked for the OP, the secondary plans, the maps, all the information related to the development. I also get emails with regards to if there is no sales center, how this information gets conveyed. I would like to see it on their website. So as much information that we can get out by any means possible, we are looking at.
That's fantastic. Thank you very much for that response.
All right, Council. If that's the end of questions, it's time to make a decision. We need a mover. Counselor Adams is moving the Counselor Palmer is moving the recommendation. Thank you, Counselor Palmer. Any objection? Madam Clerk, there being no objection, the motion carries and item 6.1 is approved as agenda. Next is 6.2, and this is from the same neck of the woods, and we're going to go back to the same fellow to tell us the rest of the story, and there's a third chapter too, so stay tuned. Mr. Thun?
Thank you, Mayor Burton. As the slide indicates, it's an official plan amendment, a zoning bylaw amendment, and a draft plan of subdivision for 13 hectares of land on the west side of 6th Line, north of Carnegie. So this is immediately south of the application that we just dealt with. This report can be found as item 6.2 on the agenda. And as mentioned previously on the Digram application, tonight's meeting is a public meeting and a recommendation meeting because additional lands associated with Preserve Drive were added to the draft plan since the statutory public meeting. And as mentioned, the purpose is to introduce the application to the members of council and the public. And the number to call in, should there be a need to, is 905-815-6095. For council's information, the first public meeting on this application was August 4th, 2020. So almost 2 years ago. Using the same format as the previous application, this slide shows the location and its context. So just south of the application that we dealt with, and that is where my cursor is on the page. It, once again, is part of the West Morrison Creek subwatershed. It is vacant agricultural land. The lands to the east are being developed for residential uses. And once again, the slide on the right-hand side indicates the context with the subdivisions that are present before council, not only the 3 tonight, but also the 5 others or 6 others that we have dealt with either through a statutory public meeting or a forthcoming recommendation meeting. With regards to the Argo proposal, as mentioned, it's an OPA, a zoning bylaw, and a draft plan. It's for 13 hectares of land. It consists of 193 residential units, 103 are detached dwelling, 90 are townhouses, all those are freehold. There is a mixed-use block at the corner of Street A and 6th Line, that is block 123. The final number of units has not been determined, nor, considering previous discussion, underground parking levels have not been determined either. We're still at the very early stages there, and there is no servicing allocation, so they would be subject to the 2024-2025 allocation program. There is a stormwater management pond, which is block 129, which is sort of at the bottom in the center. This is a critical feature as there are 4 subdivisions that drain into this pond. The Mattamy property to the west, the Digram to the north, the Docassa, and also this one. So that pond is the bottom end of that drainage system and is critical. There are several natural heritage system blocks just north of Core 5 on the Argo property. You will see them as blocks 127, 126, 128. They will be added on to Core 5, which is already partially in town ownership as part of the previous Mattamy Phase 3. And once again, as I had mentioned, Preserve Drive was added to this draft plan of subdivision. Specifically with Preserve Drive and Core 5, Preserve Drive is to be constructed by Argo through Core 5. The area where it is shown on the draft plan before council tonight is the location that has been already established. It's the area of least impact. It also was defined as part of the secondary plan process. So Preserve Drive, Carding Mill Trail, those property or those roads through the NHS have already been defined at the higher levels. Now we're getting into the detailed design. The width of Preserve Drive that has been allocated to date through Core 5 is 27 meters wide. However, Preserve Drive is only 22. That additional land is just to ensure that whatever grading impacts are from the crossing, from the culverts that are necessary, they're appropriately addressed. When it comes to the roads themselves, all roads within this draft plan and all the roads in North Oakville have the capability for transit. As you are aware, at the present time, the town does run the Home to Hub program. It's an on-demand program. So those vehicles can go to all of these streets and pick up the clientele should their need arise. When it comes to written submissions, there were no written submissions previously on this subdivision, nor have I received anything for this meeting. With regard to the North Oakville East Secondary Plan and the Master Plan, the slide on the left-hand side is the NOE2, which is the land use plan. As you can see from that, the subject property is natural heritage and neighborhood area. With regards to the Master Plan, you have a number of designations identified. Those include the natural heritage system, general urban, suburban, natural or neighborhood center, and the stormwater management facility. So it's somewhat similar to the previous. The proposed official plan amendment that has been submitted, reviewed by staff and before council for approval only relates to block 123. That's the mixed use block at the northwest corner of Marvin and 6th. Particularly or specifically to the OPA, there is a request for 8 stories. From 6, and from an FSI, which is the floor space index, from 2 to 3.7. Council would have seen an FSI of 4.2 originally. Through discussions with the applicant and looking at the urban design components, it has been brought down to 3.7. And just for council and the public's information, FSI is a function of the size of the building in relation to the size of the property. It's not related to the number of units per hectare in a traditional density sense. As mentioned, the final numbers for the number of units in this building have not been determined to date. So they will include the 1, the 2, the 3 bedroom types of units, but we're not at that stage yet. In addition, it should be noted that the activity node that was originally envisioned for Carnegie and 6th, so that is just to the south. You will see that where my cursor is right now on the screen has actually been moved up to this area here. Considering that Marvin goes through the areas to the east and all the way over to the west, it makes logical sense to be there, particularly when it's on 6th line, and that's 2 major transit corridors. In addition, when it came to OPA 321, we required at least 1 corner to be a mixed-use building. While we have Live Works across the street on the east side of 6th line, this just reinforces the mixed-use component and the activity node, the animation, and the height and density that we're looking for our activity nodes. So staff have reviewed the request for the 8 stories and the 3.7. We've deemed it acceptable. We do not perceive any impacts to this type of development, particularly in light of the Digram proposal to the north of it having 6-story buildings. So you have a 6-story building with an 8-story building. And Digram also has a mix of uses, so they complement each other. From a zoning bylaw perspective, as always, the existing zoning for North Oakville is future development. What is being proposed tonight in bylaw 2022-39 is to rezone the property to neighborhood center, urban or suburban, general urban, natural heritage system, and stormwater management facilities. In addition, as previously mentioned through the application, the Digram application, we do amend the width for the bay box windows, the percentages in the vertical plane discussion. Once again, those are all design-related elements. It amends the 7-meter rear yard setback for detached dwellings in the suburban, which is to the west or the left-hand side where my cursor is, only for those units that abut the stormwater management facility or the NHS from 7 to 6. Staff had looked at that, and the separation distances that are being achieved with NHS in behind, we deemed it acceptable. With regards to the pie-shaped lots, similar to the previous application, the rear yard setback for the garages would not apply. That allows for an additional parking. The maximum setback is 7.5, so based on a reverse pie on a corner, it was deemed acceptable. The minimum lot depth for the neighborhood center abutting the NHS, so that would be where my cursor is right now on the screen. The zoning bylaw requires 23. They are proposing 22. They are maintaining the 6-meter rear yard setback for the townhouses. And this resulted from council's concern when we brought the application for the statutory public meeting. And originally there was an 11-meter lane there with back-to-back units. And because of parking, because of the functionality of that lane, things didn't work out as envisioned. They redesigned, and it ended up as we have tonight, Your Worship. Similar to the mixed use on Digram, there are regulations for the mixed use block. With regards to this property being in between Digram and Timpson, I've tried to coordinate as best I could the zoning bylaw to mitigate any split zoning. Timpson will build some of the units on this site. Argo will build some of the units on their site, so it's based on land swaps. So I've tried to keep the zoning as consistent as possible based on the builder. In addition, there's 3 holding provisions as is outlined in the bylaw. And once again, the bylaw can be found in Appendix D. With regards to the parking, a similar analysis was undertaken. As you can see from the chart, the minimums are being exceeded. 94 spaces are being proposed for the 193 development or dwelling units for on-street parking. Those are throughout the system. So not only are they west with the singles, they're also in the townhouse area. The benefit of this compared to the previous one with the back-to-backs is that all of Street D, the east side, is there for on-street parking. You have a long street edge with just street parking. Okay, and that will complement that entire area, which is denser than the east side or the west side of the creek block. Block 123, as I mentioned, is the mixed-use block. It'll be condo ownership, will be subject to site plan as always. No relief in parking is proposed, so they will be required to maintain the parking standards when the application does come through. And once again, it has a holding provision because of servicing allocation. And I've also already mentioned 7572 about the on-street parking in the secondary plan, so I won't repeat that other than to say that we've looked at it through this process. We will continue to look at it, and as always, we will maximize it to the extent possible. Similar to the last application and other applications that will be coming forward, we looked at the parking garages. The sizes, the widths will all stay the same. The parking garage lengths are increased. There is the ability for storage at the front, in front of the vehicles, if need be, and also in the roof, or as you can see, there's that ability to hang it from the roof. So there's storage above the vehicles. These drawings, as previously mentioned, will be in the information that goes to the public as part of the sales center, the websites, the neighborhood information maps. They are included as conditions of draft approval. So we will try and get that information out to everyone so they can make as informed a judgment call on their purchase. So in conclusion, Your Worship, similar to the last one, staff are putting forward the recommendation with regards to the OPA bylaw 2022-038, that it be passed. Bylaw 2022-039, which is zoning bylaw amendment, be passed, granting the ability for draft approval. Similarly, Appendix F will deal with the urban design considerations for the mixed-use block, and also the last one, number 7, related to the 6th line. So, Your Worship, I'm in your hands. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Thun. I offer you the same compliments I offered on the last one, and we turn for questions to Councillor Lischina and Councillor Farmer and Councillor Elgar. Councillor Lischina.
Thank you, Your Worship. My inaugural day back in council, so it's a bit hard to hear both ways. Mr. Thun, the question is about the on-street parking. So you mentioned the amount of spots. Currently in North Oakville, I understand you could buy paid parking, so you get overnight parking. Would this also allow that, or is this more time limited? Just during the day, for example.
Through you, Your Worship, to Councillor Lischina, the on-street permit parking program does not stop. Because we're showing it on a plan here, it does not say that program does not work. It complements this program, and as part of the detailed engineering review, where there's additional spaces, that program can also continue on there.
All right, Councillor Farmer.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you, Mr. Thun, for the presentation. I have a couple of questions. Okay, so what else can be offered about, information can be offered on transit? I mean, I know you spoke about the home to hub services will be accessible to residents in this area, but what about long term? When do we anticipate that the transit route will reach this area for this subdivision and the other 2 applications as well?
Through you, Your Worship. Councillor, are you talking about the more traditional bus service?
Yes.
Okay. The bus service gets dealt with when we have the road system in place. As you will see from the next application, the Timpson, there are missing links that are required as part of the transit system. Once the road pattern gets established, once the roads get built, people are living there, then that transit program can be revisited to include more than just the home to hub.
Okay, I see Commissioner Fu has joined us as well. I'm not sure if she has something to add.
Thank you. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Chair. Councilor Palmer, the family of services from the transit perspective would not be only limited to the home to hub. And further, the Director of Transit will be reviewing a 5-year service plan. And I recognize that North Oakville, there are already some built up areas. So we will be looking at the demand from the variety of areas, coupled with the transportation network. And we'll look at the different levels of service. So it may not be, it could be on demand, it could be home to hub. And we are going to run a pilot in North Oakville for the on-demand service coming soon. So there will be a balance between the conventional and the home to hub and on-demand services in the future as the community builds up. So we will be working on a 5-year service plan, and we're certainly happy to work with you in terms of how to provide transit, as it was designed to be a transit-oriented neighborhood for North Oakville.
Thank you for that additional information. Mr. Thun, you also mentioned that the number of units in the mixed use, it hasn't been determined at this time. But I recall reading, I think it was one of the traffic studies, and it pointed that it was referring to 124 units in it. And I just wanted to understand a bit more about that. Was that a placeholder, or have things changed since then?
Through your worship, Councillor Parmar, through the TIS program, it was based on the original concept that was put forward as part of the application to justify the 8 stories and the FSI that was originally proposed. The number of units will be dictated at the end of the day by the market, the ability for the developer to bring those units on stream, attaining servicing allocations. So there's a number of factors that why there isn't a number yet today. Things do change, and with the program for allocation being several years off and the costs associated with the allocation program, that also plays a factor. So once those factors get dealt with by the developer, then we'll have a better indication as to what those number of units are, how they equate to the parking, how many levels of underground parking, and so on.
Okay, yeah, thank you. And thank you again for providing the parking ratio. It's good to see that some of the units are exceeding what the minimum requirements are. So thanks for listing that out for us today.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Elgar?
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Burton. Mr. Thun, Street D, on-street parking, is it parking on both sides of the street? And what is the width of Street D? And also, has the town staff agreed that the snow removal is possible with parking overnight on both sides of the street or one side of the street? Is that, everything works well?
Through your worship to Councillor Elgar, first, Street D is 17 meters wide. It's a local street. Only allows for parking on one side of the street. It is similar to other 17-meter roads that are within North Oakville. And from my indication, there are no issues with regards to snow plowing and snow removal at the end of the day.
Okay, so at a snowstorm, those cars can remain and the plow can still do what it has to do. Okay, good to know. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Elgar. Councillor Knoll?
Thank you, Worship. This question is probably going to be more in the category of a generalized question when it comes to similar applications. It's probably too late for this now, but I know that we've made moves towards requiring roughing in or even charging stations being built in multi-unit residential buildings. I know that as well that one of the challenges of being able to have these in your home is to actually have sufficient capacity both in the local transformer as well as in your fuse box or your circuit breaker box, showing my age. Do we give any, are there any requirements now? Are we contemplating requirements about asking for or requiring EV rough-ins in homes so that you can both have that option but also have the power accounted for on construction, so it's not an impediment should an owner choose to make that decision later on?
Through your worship to Councillor Knoll, I haven't included a percentage of units per se in, say, a mixed-use building, but that's something we can take up with the builder with regards to roughing in for that ability. So I will take that as a direction to have that discussion with them.
Even with the current application, or
With all three applications, we'll go back to the developers and say, is there the potential to put in wiring for EV stations?
Right.
Through the mixed-use building in the future also. So that deals with climate change initiative.
I mean, it's obviously, it's a great selling feature, I think, for a developer to have that capacity, but I think it's good future proofing in our communities as well to have that ability, because at some point if every home has an EV to charge, we're not going to have the capacity unless it's built in advance. So I'd appreciate that. That would be very useful. Thank you. And meet our climate emergency guidelines as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Knoll. If that's the end of the questions, let me turn to the clerk. Were there any call-ins?
No, there were no call-ins.
Well, thank you, Madam Clerk. Council, it's time to make a decision. Councillor Palmer, I wonder if you want the honor again. Thank you, Councillor Palmer. Any objection? Madam Clerk, there being no objection to Councillor Palmer's motion, it carries. Thank you, everybody. Now, we should be at 6.3, the town-initiated official plan amendments for the Nayagawa Urban Core Review. And if we are, and there she is, Laura Nelson, our planner, is here. And as before, any member of the public who wants to comment or participate in this meeting can dial 905-815-6095, and we'll connect you to the meeting. We have no registered delegations, so if you do call, you'll be first in line. Ms. Nelson, you have the floor and the Zoom.
Thank you, Mayor Burton. Good evening, Mayor Burton, members of council, and participants joining us online. As mentioned, my name is Lara Nelson, and I'm a policy planner with the town, and I'm happy to be making my first appearance before our Planning and Development Council this evening. I am pleased to be presenting some background information on the Nayagawa Urban Core Review and resulting proposed town-initiated official plan amendments for consideration by council, stakeholders, and the public. This meeting constitutes a statutory public meeting under the Planning Act. Again, if there's anyone watching the live stream that would like to speak to this item, you may call 905-815-6095. So the Nayagawa Urban Core Review is a study being undertaken by the town as part of our broader official plan review work. The purpose of the NUC review is to delineate the growth area boundary, determine an appropriate mix and scale of land uses in a manner that supports consideration of a 407 transitway station. And we are planning a transit-supportive, mixed-use, complete community that provides for a range of housing choice, a diverse local job base, including traditional, commercial, and office employment. As well, the planning of this strategic growth node as a mixed-use complete community represents land use planning that is responsive to the climate emergency. Here you can see the Nayagawa Urban Core situated within the broader Oakville context. The study area lands are located in North Oakville, in the area of Burnenthorpe Road West and Nayagawa Boulevard. The lands are adjacent to Highway 407 and the town of Milton to the north, and are northwest of the Uptown Core and northeast of the Hospital District nodes within Oakville. The study area boundary includes all 4 quadrants at the intersection of Nayagawa Boulevard and Burnenthorpe Road West. That gets easier every time I say it. Lands within the study area are identified as an element of the town-wide urban structure as a node for further study and a location for a potential transit station area. Nayagawa Boulevard is also identified as a mobility link within the town-wide urban structure, which is consistent with Halton Region's mobility management strategy. The town-wide urban structure represents a community-based view and a unanimous council direction to provide for the long-term protection of natural heritage, public open space, and cultural heritage resources, while maintaining the character of established areas and providing the foundation to direct growth to identified nodes, such as strategic growth areas and corridors. For areas identified within the urban structure as nodes for further study, the official plan states that a future review shall provide updated and new policies to delineate boundaries, the mix of land uses, and the intensity scale of development, which is what we are doing now through the Nayagawa Urban Core Review and the proposed official plan amendments. The North Oakville East Secondary Plan acts as the official plan for lands north of Dundas and south of Highway 407, which is where the Nayagawa Urban Core is located. The study forms part of our town-wide official plan review. The review began in the fall of 2021 with a background and preliminary directions report presented to town council in October 2021. Over the course of the fall of 2021 and into 2022, we undertook additional analysis and consultation, leading to the preparation of the proposed official plan amendments that are the topic of this presentation tonight. Following from tonight, we will be taking comments and input received into consideration, undertaking additional consultation with the region, province, and landowners, and we will bring back a recommendation report and official plan amendment for council adoption, most likely later this year. So what are we planning for? The NUC review and for official plan amendments will provide a framework to guide the development of a complete community that includes residential, employment, and commercial uses with jobs, parks and open space, schools and community amenities, and key transportation and transit linkages. The study will result in an official plan amendment that supports the established townwide urban structure, and we are not proposing any changes to features such as the existing residential subdivision or the natural heritage system. So planning for the NUC, as well as more broadly in Oakville and Halton Region, is undertaken within the provincial policy framework for land use planning and growth management. Central to this, the province's growth plan sets out overarching policies and targets and provides forecasts of population and employment growth to the year 2051 that planning within Halton region and the town must conform with. Provincial policy is implemented through the Halton region and Town of Oakville official plans, and planning policies at all levels now emphasize the achievement of complete communities and the integration of climate change considerations, particularly for when planning for strategic growth areas, including nodes such as the Nayagawa urban core. The NUC review ties into the regional official plan review currently underway in Halton, which will extend the planning horizon in Halton and bring the region into conformity with the 2019 growth plan. Town staff have been engaged with the region throughout their official plan review process and as relates to the Nayagawa urban core. As part of the official plan review, ROPA 48, Regional Official Plan Amendment 48, established the Nayagawa urban core as a secondary regional node. More recently, the region released draft Regional Official Plan Amendment 49 on March 24th of this year. Draft ROPA 49 identifies the NUC as a primary regional node with a minimum density target of 160 residents and jobs combined per hectare. The region also updated the regional employment area mapping to advance some strategic employment land conversions, including within the Nayagawa urban core study area. The proposed policies of ROPA 49 and the town's draft official plan amendments for the NUC would support planning to achieve the minimum densities that we require to support a transitway station and the creation of a complete community. This also, again, represents planning that is responsive to the climate emergency. A key opportunity for planning in the Nayagawa urban core is its role within the broader transportation system. The location of the NUC at the intersection of Burnham-Thorpe Road West and Nayagawa Boulevard is very advantageous from the perspectives of the transportation network and the delivery of mass public transit. The node is identified in the urban structure as a mobility link, which is key to connecting people via transit throughout the region, as well as to local destinations, including nodes, mobility hubs, major transit station areas, and employment areas. We also have a great opportunity here to plan a community that is responsive to the climate emergency. Land use planning is one of our most important vehicles for addressing climate change. And to this end, the NUC is being planned as a higher order transit supportive mixed use complete community. This type of built form helps to reduce greenhouse gas emissions by providing opportunities to live and work within the same community and reducing reliance on personal vehicles, among other matters. So planning for the Nayagawa urban core will provide a framework for development of the strategic growth area and mobility link with a mix of uses and appropriate densities that would result in a critical mass of population and employment that is necessary to support the 407 transitway station. To this end, employment land conversion is being proposed. Removing the regional employment area designation in this location will support a range of planning goals related to addressing climate change, the development of complete communities, providing a mix and range of housing types to meet future market demand, ensuring a range of employment opportunities, and providing for additional commercial development in North Oakville. It should be noted that we will be seeking to maintain a similar level of employment opportunities in the area with a broader range of job choice than is typical in employment-only focused districts. A central consideration of the NUC review is ensuring that this strategic growth area is planned in such a manner that achieves the level of population and employment necessary to create a complete community with a density sufficient to support the 407 transitway station. The Ministry of Transportation guidelines suggests a minimum 72 units or 160 persons and jobs per hectare. This is also the target that is being proposed for the Nayagawa urban core through the region's draft Regional Official Plan Amendment 49. Town staff have been working with the region and will continue to work with them to ensure that an appropriate distribution of population and employment is allocated to the NUC through the current Regional Official Plan review. So while we are planning a largely new community, there is also a lot already going on in the Nayagawa urban core area. Consideration is being given to maintaining context with the existing residential subdivision and school in the southwest quadrant. There are also 2 large development applications in process, which overlap in part with the southeast portion of the study area, which are key considerations in planning for the NUC, as well as quite a bit of expressed developer interest in the other quadrants. So as a result of the findings of the NUC review, 2 town-initiated proposed official plan amendments have been prepared for consideration by council. The official plan amendments are based on work undertaken by town staff and reflect the most current direction on the role and intent for the Nayagawa urban core within the region and town's urban structures. The proposed OPAs respond to the climate emergency by planning for a compact, complete community with a mix and density of uses supportive of higher order transit. And again, the proposed official plan amendments enhance the justification for a 407 transitway station at Nayagawa Boulevard and Highway 407. So we have proposed official plan amendment 45 to the Livable Oakville plan, which would update the Schedule A1 urban structure to identify the Nayagawa urban core as nodes and corridors from its currently designated node for further study. The effect of proposed official plan amendment 326 would be to the North Oakville East secondary plan and would update the schedules to identify the Nayagawa urban core area as a strategic growth area and designate the lands as Nayagawa urban core area. It would provide area-specific land use policies to support the creation of a transit-supportive complete community that includes a mix of higher density residential, employment, and commercial uses with a 12-story maximum building height. And will provide area-specific functional and implementation policies to enable and guide development addressing matters such as urban design, transportation, stormwater management, district energy, and parkland dedication. In terms of next steps and timing, following tonight's meeting, staff will review matters that are raised tonight at the public meeting and in written submissions. Additional meetings may be held with landowners, and consultation will be undertaken with the Region and Ministry of Transportation. We will make any necessary revisions to the draft official plan amendments and write a recommendation report for consideration by council at a future planning and development meeting. As well, all required documentation will be provided to Halton Region as they are the approval authority. So for this evening's purposes, the following recommendations are made for consideration by council. 1, that the report titled Public Meeting Report Town Initiated Official Plan Amendments Nayagawa Urban Core Review be received. That comments from the public with respect to the proposed town initiated official plan amendments be received. That staff consider such comments as may be provided by council, and that the report be forwarded to the Ministry of Transportation to support consideration of a 407 transitway station at Nayagawa Boulevard and Highway 407. Thank you. That concludes my presentation, and I'm happy to receive any comments or questions through you, Mayor Burton.
Well, thank you very much. And you have elicited a question from Councillor Sandhu. Councillor Sandhu, and then Councillor Palmer.
Thank you, Mayor Burton. I wonder if staff has already turned their mind to the impact of pedestrian-friendly streets and a transit-first community with North Oakville the way that it is right now. I want to be careful of us planning for the future for potential climate issues when in fact we've had an opposite impact, quite frankly, in parts of North Oakville right now. Even though it might be planned that way, people are still buying just as many cars, just in a more condensed space. So I wanted to know whether staff had already thought about that and kind of planned out accordingly.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Burton. Thank you, Councillor Sandu. I mean, this is actually sort of always top of mind when it comes to planning in a climate emergency context, as changing sort of personal choice and behaviors. I think from our perspective, we can provide the enabling policies and do what we can to encourage, and then hopefully over the course of time, the behaviors will follow suit. So I do take this as sort of an issue, as an ongoing consideration in the process, and to be addressed as well further. Thank you.
Thank you. No, I think that answers my question. I think just something for us to kind of continue to think about and keep in the back of our minds as we continue to plan. I want to make sure that we're really kind of learning from past potential issues and how this is going to play out over the next few years. I mean, we're thinking about 10, 15, 20, 30 years in the future. And I want to make sure that we're planning for a future as well as the present. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Palmer, and then Councillor Lischina.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you for the presentation. I'm trying to understand how confident staff is that the province will support the transit station with this new plan that we're presenting. I mean, are we expecting an approval and support? I mean, it was kind of bizarre that it was taken away in the first place. So I'm trying to kind of understand why we're approving this today when we don't have that answer.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Burton. Thank you, Councillor Palmer. So part of the timing of this as well, and we have had ongoing communications with the Ministry of Transportation, and one of the reasons we understood as to why the proposed station here was on the books and then not on the books for a moment was a mischaracterization in some of the ministry's analysis regarding what the future population and employment of the area might be, and that the area was characterized as more rural in a future sense as well. And so through our ongoing correspondence with them and working with the region, it is our understanding that the Ministry of Transportation is open to continuing the dialogue and is looking to see substantiation in terms of what that we are planning for that critical mass population employment. So in our view, it is not. We're proceeding on the basis that it is, it has been long identified as a location for higher order transit station, and so this is sort of integral to moving that process forward as well.
Councillor Palmer, Commissioner Garvey would like to add a word.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and to Councillor Palmer. Thank you for bringing up the issue of the 407 station. We did identify that in March with our priorities as a priority for our intergovernment relations strategy. It is a top of mind for staff and council, and it is something that we are continually pressing the province on. It is a critical part of our transit infrastructure, and it's our expectation that the province will see the light and include it with certainty in their future plans.
Councillor, I'll supplement that. In my conversations with the ministry, they've made it very plain that this is a chicken and egg question. And if we're not showing evidence that we are going to want it and need it, they're not going to they're not going to care about it more than we do. So this is one of those cases in life where advantage to the first actor, I think, is the way I would put it. I just wanted to add, by the way, we're not approving this tonight. This is the classic issues list additions or checking the issues list. This is the session where we identify concerns for staff to continue to work on. So whoever thought we were passing it tonight, that's yet to come. Councillor Palmer, you still have the floor and the Zoom.
Thank you for that correction, Mayor Burton. We are approving this tonight. So my second question is on the industrial employment uses. I know over the past few years, we've kind of learned different definitions of that. So I'm just trying to understand what type of industrial employment we're looking at here.
Thank you, through you, Mayor Burton. So we're more looking to kind of have a bit broader of a range of employment uses. So rather than just industrial, having, sort of office, commercial, a bit of a broader range that is also more compatible in a mixed use environment to have more of a population and employment together. So it wouldn't be as much of a focus on industrial uses.
Yes, I'm actually trying to understand what type of industrial use though, because I know there's more than one definition. I don't want to throw them out there. I'm not sure if you can expand on the specific type of industrial use.
Well, so industrial uses sort of in the employment area as it's designated now would be more like your manufacturing, warehousing and logistics, that sort of the nature of employment, which tends to be a lower density uses as well. So part of the wanting to sort of undertake the conversion from the regional perspective as well as to get a higher density kind of mix and range in there.
Okay, I'll be interested to see more information on those specific uses when.
Sure, I'd be happy to follow up as well and sort of kind of the breakdown of employment by type that we would be looking at.
Thank you. Thank you so much. That's all for now.
Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Palmer. Councillor Lischina.
So the 12-story proposed maximum.
Okay, now that I realized I didn't turn the microphone on in-house, so my question was about the 12-story max and the rationale for that, please.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Burton. Thank you for the question. So the 12-story maximum is sort of working within a mid-higher density range and contextually high enough to meet the minimums suggested by the Ministry of Transportation for the higher order transit, while at the same time not being, we're not looking at necessarily tall buildings or towers in this location, given that it is, a newer growth area, so a higher density in the context of a newer urban setting.
All right, Councillor Knoll then.
Thank you, Your Worship. I just had a question, not a question, but I was going to ask if you could talk a little bit about the considerations given to the, I think it's 2031 capital plan to extend James Snow Parkway through to the 407 and I guess connected to Nayagawa. What considerations were given in terms of that, that future for that particular node and how it will impact it?
Well, sorry, through you, Mayor Burton, thank you. This is sort of a central theme about the Nayagawa Urban Core Review is that its important role in terms of things that are coming and how the transportation network is evolving and planned over time, that the area will only become sort of even more important in terms of connections within the region and to the broader Greater Golden Horseshoe as well. So, all of the planned improvements and, future mobility links, et cetera, are pretty central in terms of, achieving the vision for the core.
I guess not my concern, but my interest is in the fact that James Snow Parkway will eventually become a significant carrier of traffic from North Halton through to Oakville and to our various roads. Were there specific considerations given to that? Obviously, it was considered, but were there particular considerations given to that eventuality?
I would say more contextually rather than specific numbers per se at this point.
But this is factored in. The potential additional traffic is considered as an input to this report.
Yes, yes,
Okay.
sure.
And so any future growth or any future changes that might have to happen are contemplated in this plan. Okay.
Yes, so it's all contemplated in terms of the role of the Nayagawa Urban Core within the broader region and transportation network. So in terms of specific like modeling or and what those flows might be outcoming that, we haven't gotten to that point level of detail yet.
Okay. 2031 is not that far away, but thank you.
Indeed. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. I'll take a side bet with you that it won't happen by 2031. Councillor Hazard-Thiel. Please unmute yourself.
There we go. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Burton. Further to Councillor Parma's questions on employment use and industrial, so I'd be interested in that as well, and in particular, how you're going to identify sensitive land use from an employment use, depending on the type of employment use it is. They seem to. I think it's an important consideration when you're laying out a plan. And further to Councillor Lischena's question on height, I'm not sure I really understood the answer. I appreciate that it is a mid-rise height. In fact, I think it's probably mid-rise is more appropriate in many of our growth areas. I just, from a numbers perspective, and it's by the transit way, I'm just not understanding why it capped out at 12. And I also noted in the report that you've emphasized that developers are already commenting on an ability to intensify. So is this an example where we might say the max is 12, but they have an opportunity to go higher than 12? I just want to understand that a little better.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Burton. So in terms of the first part, consideration will be given, of course, to appropriate buffering and transition with the employment, because there is still remaining employment areas to the east of the Nayagawa Urban Core study area. So there would be, consideration given to appropriate transition when we come forward with final kind of land use schedules. And then for the height, I think we would take this under consideration and maybe give a little more thought to the going above the 12. I think at this point, we're thinking of a mid-rise height as kind of contextually appropriate and was sufficient to meet the densities that were required to support the transitway station. I can't say specifically that we feel necessarily strongly regarding a cap per se. So maybe we could allow us to take this under consideration and as we come back.
So thank you for that. And I don't mean to put you on the spot and of course, take it away for consideration. I'm sensitive to, we have a plan, ultimately whatever we approve, those that pay attention to this stuff go, okay, we have a cap at 12. So is it a cap at 12? Or is it an opportunity to go higher if they, for whatever reason? The public needs to have, I think, a great deal of trust and faith in whatever we lay out as a cap. And so, just for consideration around, is that the right number? And if it is, and it achieves a transitway, which I absolutely think is critical to the future. I think we need to be very, very confident in what we would potentially approve there.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Madam Clerk, were there any call-ins?
Yes, we do have one call-in. Her name is Alexandra Skratz.
Would you bring her into the meeting, please?
Hello.
Hello, we can hear you. Welcome to the meeting. Council looks forward to your information. As I said a moment or two ago, our main concern tonight is to identify issues and concerns for staff to work on before they return with a recommendation at another future meeting.
Okay. So thank you, Mr. Mayor and members of committee. My name is Alexandra Scott, and I am with MHBC Planning, and we are retained by Westerford Capital Inc., who owns 18.8 acres of land in the northeast quadrant of the area. We are pleased to see the town proceeding with the updated policies for this area, and very appreciative of the opportunities to meet with staff to discuss policy framework. We have a few questions of clarification on the phasing policies, and we will be following up with staff in the future. Overall, though, we are supportive and again want to compliment staff on their work with the stakeholders. Thank you.
All right, well, thank you for that. I know that staff are, oh, what's that? Oh, okay. I know that staff are happy to meet with members of the public, and the public is a word that means everybody. So please do feel welcome to continue your discussions or to begin them. Madam Clerk, I understand we have another caller.
Yes, we're just getting her information.
Okay. And council, stand by.
Our next phone-in delegation is Renee Carlson.
Welcome, Ms. Carlson. Council looks forward to your information.
Yeah, but I think it's still on Alexandra right now, or can I start talking already? Oh?
We can hear you, but not as well as we'd like. And so if you aren't really close to your microphone or your mouthpiece, if you shorten that distance,
Okay,
it might get better for all of us.
Is it any better now?
Oh, my goodness, that's much better. Thank you so much.
Oh, sorry for that. Okay, I just have two general questions, like completely general they might be.
Our next phone-in delegation is Renee Carlson.
Oh, hi, good evening. Good evening. Thank you. I just have two very general questions. So one of them is regarding climate emergency. I was wondering whether the town or the region have any incentives with respect to, let's say, green technology to be employed while constructing new buildings. So, for example, geothermal heating or green roofs or any other types of technologies. And another question is, I noticed, I might be wrong, but I noticed an absence in North Oakville of features like football, soccer fields, or baseball diamonds, or playgrounds, I mean bigger playgrounds. I'm just wondering how it's going to play out, and thank you.
All right, well, thank you very much. And if you have any, if additional thoughts or questions or suggestions come to you, please feel free to write to us. We accept input in all forms. You can write letters, you can write an email. The easiest email I have to hand to give you is mayor@oakville.ca, and I will forward it to the appropriate staff. So thanks very much for joining us tonight. Madam Clerk, any others?
We have no other delegations on this item.
All right, thank you, Madam Clerk. Council, I would just like to make my contribution to the list. And so my comment to staff is that council has very carefully created an official plan for this town, which we call Livable Oakville. And the main watch spring of our official plan is that we, in order to save farmland and green space and heritage and the stable established neighborhood streets where many people live. We have growth nodes and growth corridors, and I have a constant worry that we can never say we're full to the province of Ontario, and therefore, especially when we're contemplating building a Nayagawa urban center and a high transit mode, that we should be probably approaching it in terms of minimums rather than maximums. But in any event, we don't want to underuse them. We need to be sure that in order to continue to conserve and preserve what we value, which is our stable established neighborhoods, our green space, our open space, our farmland, and our natural heritage system, that we don't miss a chance with our urban structure. And we spent, I'd have to say, quite a lot of time and money on creating, and I hope bulletproofing, our urban structure of the growth nodes and the corridors. So personally, the Nayagawa Urban Center, or Miniature Growth Center, is a welcome project, which I strongly support. And I believe some of what the comments that you heard tonight from members of council reflects what I'm saying, which is let's not underuse it. So please and thank you for any attention that you can give those thoughts. With that, council, I think I'll turn to Mr. Charles to see what kind of issues he's identified, and after that, we'll look for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The additional items that I had heard, and I hope I captured Councillor Sandhu's comments correctly, is have further consideration of our current neighborhood trends as North Oakville continues to build out, and what are the implications to our longer-term planning matters in consideration, especially of climate change. Provide clarity around the types of proposed employment uses, and examine the overall range of proposed heights and densities to ensure that we are meeting our urban structure objectives and the planned transit station.
Thank you. I would add, I heard something that I think would be useful not only for council but for the public, and that is, I think there's confusion, and I don't, it shouldn't surprise us that there may be confusion in the public about how sensitive land uses are dealt with in planning. And so I refer to the basic concepts of the D guidelines and the way they work to keep residential away from bad uses rather than the other way around. So when you come back, perhaps a chapter in the report could discuss that for the benefit of everyone concerned, because it is a live issue in our town. So thank you. Council, can I have a motion to adopt all that? Councillor Lischina, thank you very much. And as I say, this is a issues addition and issues checking meeting. We are not approving the OPA. We're giving staff further things to work on. It's a work list meeting, is perhaps what I should say. Any objection to Councillor Lischina's motion? There being none, that carries. Thank you, Councillor Lischina. And with that, Council, you've been going for an hour and a half, and we now have a few discussion items. There's only 3, and that's the rest of the meeting, or 4, I beg your pardon. And so it's my proposal that you might want to take a 15-minute break, and we'll resume at 8:15. This is a best practice I've learned over the last 2.5 years of Zooming, and probably would have been a good idea for long in-person meetings as well. So we're in recess until 8:15. We're going to do our 4 discussion items, and we're going to return to Rob Thun, and he is going to review for the public the voluminous files that council has studied on the recommendation report for the zoning bylaw amendment and draft plan of subdivision for Timson Holding. And if you've been paying attention earlier, this is related to something we've already talked about a little earlier. Mr. Thun, away you go.
Thank you, Mayor Burton and members.
Your worship, before we commence, your camera's not on. We can't see you.
Okay. Thank you, Mayor Burton and members of council. As Mayor Burton alluded to, this is a zoning bylaw amendment and draft plan of subdivision reflecting 6 hectares of land on the west side of 6 Line on and north of North Park Boulevard. The item can be reviewed as item 7.1 of tonight's agenda. As you had mentioned, Your Worship, it is a recommendation meeting, different from the 2 presentations I did previous. The public meeting held on this item was in September of 2021. We received no comments at that date, and I've received none as part of this meeting. I should make a note for council is that I provided, and it was included in your addendum, a revised Appendix D, which are the draft conditions. My apologies, there's some formatting stuff with highlighting and watermarks that shouldn't have been there, so those were cleaned up. With regard to the location and context, again, slide on the left is the air photo. It shows the property outlined in black. It also identifies Core 5, which has been a topic of discussion in the previous 2 applications, where I show the word creek. That is the West Morrison Creek, or the Upper West Morrison Creek. The land presently is vacant agricultural land. The lands to the east are under construction. As you can see from the air photo, there are some houses south of Threshing Mill, but I can guarantee you north of Threshing Mill, there's a lot more homes. From the contextual point of view, this is the last one in the 4 that I'm presenting tonight. This is number 4, so Timpson Holdings. It is at the bottom. The slide itself cuts off the southerly part of the subdivision, but the southerly part of the subdivision is North Park Boulevard and a connection from Larry Crescent to North Park with Thistle Gate. That is actually the first phase of development, but was never included as part of the subdivision until the second phase because of the connection for North Park Boulevard. So it is completing off that first phase. And when I talk about phase, it's the first phase of North Oakville development. So the other part north of the creek is within phase 2. So neighborhoods 10 and 11 are phase 2. The slide before council shows a draft plan of subdivision. It is for 58 residential units, 22 detached units. Those are principally on North Park Boulevard and to the west of Street A where my cursor is. 14 semi-detached units, which are on the east side of Street A where my cursor is, and 22 lane-based townhouses, which will front onto 6 Line, but their garages will be in the rear. The NHS block, blocks 37 and 38 reflect the Upper West Morrison Creek in its ultimate location, and it includes the buffers. It also includes, as I previously mentioned, buffers from wetland. There is a provincially significant wetland in Core 5. That section of the NHS is already in the town's ownership. So the buffer is to provide additional protection for that wetland and is part of the natural heritage system. Be it the core or be it the creek system, all of it is part of the natural heritage system. As you can see from the slide also, the access to the site would be principally from 6 Line or North Park Boulevard on the south portion of the slide, and the area to the north will be from Street E, which is on the Argo site. So once 6 Line gets rebuilt and Argo develops their road system, this will have access. Concern was raised with regards to concerns on Larry Crescent, which is to the south in phase 1. We will be speaking with construction staff at the pre-construction meeting in the future with regards to how construction personnel, equipment gets delivered to the site and how it gets constructed. We don't want them going through the internal subdivisions. Similar to the other presentations, the left side is the secondary plan, NOE2. It shows the property as being natural heritage system and neighborhood area. You'll see I'll call it a mishmash of lines through that for the NHS. The squiggly line beside 6th line is actually the existing creek. The solid straight up and down wider is the future creek block. And it's shown on the master plan to the right. With regards to OPA 321, as I had mentioned previously, the urban structure was reaffirmed for North Oakville through that process. From the master plan perspective, you have the natural heritage system area, the suburban, the general urban, and the neighborhood center on the map on the right-hand side. From the zoning, as most places are in North Oakville, as future development, FD, the applicant is proposing, and I have carried through in the proposed bylaw, the amendment to the windows, the percentage, and the vertical plane definitions for the porches. Once again, those are design elements. The only other one that is included in the zoning bylaw that's proposed before council is the amendment of the rear yard setback for the semi-detached units from 7 to 6 meters. This is a very unique situation where you have the rear of those yards backing onto a public lane that'll be in the ownership of the town, plus you have the setbacks for the townhouses that would front onto 6th line. So there's an appropriate separation distance between the built forms, and staff have deemed that acceptable. We've also included several two holding provisions that are captured in the zoning bylaw. And similar to the Argo process to the north, it has been coordinated with their development. As I had mentioned, the land swaps of who's building what, so the zoning has been coordinated with their draft plan and subdivision also. The amendment can be found in Appendix C. Similar to the previous discussion on parking analysis, the types of units, the detached, the lane-based, the semi-detached, you can see the 1 or 2 minimum requirement per the bylaw. They are proposing more spaces than is required. When it comes to on-street parking throughout the site, there's 31 spaces for the 51 dwelling units. We will continue to look at that through the engineering review and try and maximize it even more if we can. I have spoken previously about section 7572 of the secondary plan, so I won't repeat myself. With regards to the garages, similar to the previous 2 applications, I have gone back to the applicant. He has provided me with these sketches for the single car garage and the double car garage. As you will see from the dashed lines, the minimum is being proposed for the car itself. There's an additional 2 feet for storage areas, both at the end of the units or end of the parking garages. The heights are such that there's the ability for overhead storage above the vehicles, similar to in bike parking. So the concern raised with the ability to use the garage, I believe, has been addressed appropriately. So, Your Worship, in conclusion, putting forth the following recommendation for your consideration. Once again, there is a revised Appendix D that was included in the addendum agenda. As I had mentioned, it's principally related to formatting matters. That's changed, but the context or the conditions have not changed. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Thun. Councillor Palmer, are you moving the recommendation or do you have questions, or both?
I have some questions, Your Worship, and I'd be happy to move it after. Thank you, Mr. Thun, for your presentation. I guess this is just a general question about how staff will manage the different builders in this area. I'm trying to understand if there'll be a specific order that the developments that we've discussed this evening will occur in. And I make this comment because of the feedback that we had on the east side of 6th line, where we had some streets and homes closing long before others, and residents moving into the community, into a community that was heavily under construction. So I'm wondering if we can I mean, what is our ability to have any management over the timing?
Through you, your worship, one of the critical pieces is the road infrastructure. So before the homes get built, before they get occupied, as an example, North Park Boulevard needs to be completed with the creek crossing connecting up to the town's 6-line capital project. The 6-line capital project then also has to be to a state where the underground services, the road platform, the base course asphalt are all in place for the other developments, the Argos, the Digrams to connect into. The townhouses that are proposed for along 6-line, local services have to be connected to those as opposed to the main trunk services. So that's where the coordination between the town, the developer, and the region all come into play. When it comes to the on-site development, the first thing that will happen is a creek relocation. So you will see earth moving happening for all three, if not the majority of the properties that are on the Upper West Morrison Creek. So development will be occurring. The earth movement can only be done at a certain time of year because of fisheries windows. So there's a potential that this year you will see earth moving happening already while the 6-line project is underway.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. You touched a bit on North Park as well. We've had some residents reach out to us, trying to understand the timing of that road being extended to 6-line, and then also just wondering if staff has kind of started to consider the traffic calming that will be needed for that road, as once it opens up to 6-line, it will most likely be carrying a lot more traffic than it currently is.
Through you, your worship, North Park Boulevard is one of the major roads that creates the grid system for North Oakville, so it will carry more traffic. So this is the missing link between Nayagawa Boulevard and I believe the East Morrison Creek, which is further to the east. So it will be a long stretch of road, but it's critical to the grid pattern, which then, as I'd mentioned previously, from a transit perspective, has the ability to provide those types of services and also provides the ability for the sidewalks and the trail network to be incorporated into it. So,
and sorry, just the second part of that, is there any idea on an anticipated time frame on that road?
The time frame is subject to how the subdivision gets built out. So if you were talking to the developer, they would like to get in sooner than later. As to a specific date, I do not have an answer for that.
Okay, that's something we can keep in touch offline.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor,
I'm happy to move, your worship, if there's no other questions.
Thank you, Councillor. There don't seem to be any others. So the motion is as revised to reflect the change in the memo as discussed at the start of this item. Is there any objection to the motion? Madam Clerk, seeing none, Councillor Palmer's motion carries. Thank you, Councillor Palmer. Now we come to the second discussion item, and for this we have a number of registered delegations I'll just mention. This is the recommendation report for 271 Cornwall Road and 485 Trafalgar Road, or as a friend of mine is fond of calling it, the Beertown application. Although I hasten to add, I know that's inaccurate, but nevertheless, I like my friend and I like his sense of wit. So if we turn our attention to Trish Collingwood, she will review for the public where we're at on this, and then we will have public delegations, and then we'll have a discussion and some kind of decision. Ms. Collingwood, you have the floor and the Zoom and everyone's attention.
Thank you, Mayor Burton and members of council. Can you hear me okay? Okay, thank you. My staff report can be found as item 7.2 on your agenda. As well, there was a revised bylaw circulated that I'll speak to later in the presentation that requires a revised recommendation for tonight. This report recommends approval of the proposed official plan and zoning bylaw amendments to permit the redevelopment of a commercial use site into a mixed-use development. The subject lands are located within the Midtown Oakville growth area, designated provincial urban growth center. The property is located on the south side of the Go via Lakeshore West Line, and which is the hub of this major transit station area. The site has pedestrian access to the station through the underground path on the west side of Trafalgar. The overall property that the site sits on is approximately 5 hectares in area, and the proposed redevelopment will be located on about 0.6 hectares of the most westerly portion of the site shown on this slide. The larger land holdings currently contain a variety of retail uses, including Whole Foods, Beertown, LCBO, Shoppers Drug Mart, Indigo Spirit, and Starbucks. Schedule A1, urban structure of the Livable Oakville plan, provides the basic structural elements of nodes and corridors where higher intensity forms of growth are to be accommodated. Regional transit nodes are located at key locations to integrate with the town-wide transportation system and to provide a focus for transit supportive development. The region has designated a regional transit node in Midtown around the GO station, includes the subject lands. Midtown Oakville is one of 25 areas identified as an urban growth center in the province's growth plan for the Greater Golden Horseshoe. Urban growth centers are to be transit supportive areas that accommodate a significant portion of future population and employment growth in the Greater Golden Horseshoe. Midtown Oakville is an area identified for the highest intensification in the town. The goal for Midtown Oakville through development and redevelopment is to create a vibrant, transit-supportive mixed-use community, and the subject application would be considered a redevelopment of underutilized lands within an urban growth area. The subject lands are within the Cornwall district of Midtown. And the Cornwall district, it has some objectives, goals in the Livable Oakville, one of which speaks to commercial areas. And active parkland will serve the needs of residents and workers in Midtown Oakville and the surrounding area. I'll speak to that a little bit later in the report. The heights within Livable Oakville are identified as 4 to 10 stories for the western portion of the site. There is a current Midtown Oakville exception in Livable Oakville that speaks to the redevelopment of the entire site over, being gradual and phased in. And just a point I wanted to make note of, it's to provide an attractive gateway to Midtown Oakville in a transition to the established residential neighborhood to the south. It is currently zoned Midtown Transitional Commercial. And the effect of the amendments would be to permit the development of a 14 and 19-story mixed-use building on the site of the Beertown Restaurant and Indigo Spirit Store. The 19-story building is proposed to contain 177 residential units and 254 square meters of commercial space. And the 14-story building is proposed to contain 140 residential units and just over 700 square meters of commercial space. The development will also create residential parking spaces and bicycle parking in 3 levels of underground. Of the 317 total units proposed, 61 units are less than 75 square meters, and 256 are greater than 75 square meters. The rest of the parking, beside the residential parking within the underground, so the rest of the parking for visitors, as well as retail use, is anticipated to be shared throughout the site. A new vehicular access is proposed at the existing signalized Cornwall Road Reynolds
Reynolds Street intersection, that would be a new signalized intersection. So vehicular access is proposed to turn into, to have a left in at the Reynolds Street intersection, where it's currently prohibited. The current right out exit onto Trafalgar will be eliminated as part of this application in compliance with a policy in Livable Oakville, which states that individual driveway access to Trafalgar will not be permitted. Pedestrians will have multiple points of entry into the site and into the building. The proposal was reviewed in context of the Livable by Design Urban Design Manual and the Designing Midtown Oakville Guidance Document. The urban design guidelines for the future site plan are included in Appendix B of this report and include matters such as tower floor plates to guarantee slender towers, thereby reducing the impact of tall buildings, locating utility installations away from public views and in discrete settings, incorporating private outdoor amenity space in common rooftop terraces, and incorporating safe and convenient, predictable pedestrian connections from the municipal sidewalk and from on-site perimeter walkways to the building. This slide highlights a number of issues considered in the review of the application. There's other issues that were included through the report, but I'm going to highlight these ones for tonight's discussion. It is staff's opinion that the proposed amendments to the official plan and zoning bylaw to facilitate the redevelopment of the site with increased densities, contributing to meeting the minimum growth target objectives of 200 units per site hectare listed in section 20 of Livable Oakville is appropriate for the following reasons. And I will note that Lara Nelson spoke just a little while ago in her report about climate change and the importance of complete communities. So I thought that was timely. It goes well with the findings from the Oakville Energy Task Force that show 48% of greenhouse gas emissions in Oakville are coming from transportation-related uses. So intensifying sites like this in designated growth area along a provincial priority transit corridor, it supports the objectives of the town's urban structure, the nodes and corridors, and can have an impact on the amount of transportation emissions measured in the town. To continue looking at the resolution of issues, I threw in this slide from the region to assist in visualizing the Urban Growth Center, which is the larger circle, sitting on intensification corridors as well as accommodating a transit facility. It just shows it just gives a good visualization of what an urban growth center looks like incorporated into the rest of the town. Excuse me. The proposal is consistent with achieving an urban fabric that provides a mix of residential units and sizes along a priority transit corridor. It's a key location for transit supportive density within a short walk to the GO station. It's compact urban form with its increased densities, and that's inherently more transit supportive as the market tends to attract residents that will utilize alternative modes of transit, thereby lessening the carbon footprint. And transportation demand management initiatives such as real-time transit information in the lobby, car and cycling share site programs on site, and unbundling parking are options to explore in a dense building such as this. The proposed development contributes to provincial and municipal complete community objectives for the number of units in the built-up area. The addition of housing units supports Metrolinx's planned delivery of the future rail improvements for the Midtown Oakville Mobility Hub along the Lakeshore line. And as mentioned earlier tonight, it keeps intensification out of established neighborhoods. The current site permissions do not support the efficient development and utilization of a site like this. And especially a site that's located on the line, has pedestrian access to the Metrolinx line, and it's staff's opinion that this proposal is consistent with the Midtown Oakville Growth Area Review that will be presented to this council on June 7th. Lastly, under resolution of issues is parking. So there's a range of parking that can be incorporated through the bylaw. There's a minimum and maximum. So there's 238 spaces of minimum amount of parking, 317. These would all be incorporated in the underground garage, along with 109 bicycle parking spaces for the residents of the buildings. There are 48 required visitor residential spaces that would be required. These would be shared within the existing surface lot. There's also 13 bicycle parking that would be at grade. The proposed retail parking is 0 for the 900 square meters of retail that is proposed. And this would be shared also with the 562 spaces that are existing on the surface lot. And if you think about the Beertown restaurant, Indigo Spirit leaving a number of those spaces, that's approximately, if I approximate that it's about the same as the amenity or retail that's going into the building, it's about 216 spaces. So it's a replace and replace potentially, and will be looked at closely through the site plan process. So matters that were raised at the July 6, 2020 public meeting, so almost 2 years ago when this was in front of you, are here on this slide. I'm just going to quickly go through. One issue was consider the potential of a severance on the subject lands and issues that may result. So there is not a severance proposed at this time. Through a future condo application, that would be a natural severance of the lands, and we would need to be looking at reciprocal agreement and easements through that, as well as the region looking to make sure servicing doesn't cross property lines. So that is a process that would happen at a later date. Some of the issues included why are there currently no left turns allowed into the area from Reynolds Street and Cornwall Road intersection. From my understanding, when the site was developed, the Trafalgar Road south of, or this portion of Trafalgar Road through Midtown was a town road. It wasn't a regional road. And so when the development was being reviewed, it was the town's decision to not permit left-ins at Reynolds. This is now a regional road and a regional intersection, and the region, through a peer review, identified that there wasn't an issue with a left-in off of Cornwall at Reynolds into this development. It will be signalized. So by reducing the width of the median, there is room to install a channelized left turn lane. I was looking at why the rights out being eliminated. So the region supported the elimination of the right outs onto Trafalgar. It also is as I stated earlier, a policy in Livable Oakville, but the right outs was supported based on the grade difference from the intersection sight lines. You're exiting that development into an active lane, so it's not a merged lane. It's an active lane, and based on the two lefts off of Cornwall going north onto Trafalgar, there's a lot of weaving and in this area, so the region determined that this would eliminate some conflicts in this with removing that exit. One question about adequate servicing infrastructure to accommodate 317 units. The region has confirmed that there is adequate water and wastewater servicing for this development, so there's not hold placed on the development for that. Additional information regarding bike and pedestrian traffic to and from the subject land. So there is a future Cornwall multi-use trail planned for Cornwall Road. However, it has not been programmed yet. Looking at opportunities to integrate the development with the future with the transit station. So Metrolinx recently rescinded their plans to extend the GO Transit platform to the east that would run along the edge of this development or within close proximity. I would say that that's not a done deal, and we are looking at ways. This slide identifies a crash wall to the north of the site, which would cause issues with pedestrian access. We have been in chats with Metrolinx to discuss other opportunities, and I can speak to that later, but other opportunities to ensure that that crash wall is potentially integrated into the building and would still allow for pedestrian access to a future platform. Lastly, provide greater understanding of how green space and other amenities will be provided within this proposal. So I know there's a lot of concern with regards to, what kind of amenity space is available to residents that are here. You can see in the pinkish areas, those are amenity areas. It's still, there's rough context idea there, concepts, sorry, there still to be planned out properly through a future site plan application. Lots of pedestrian access opportunities, retail opportunities, and we have been in discussion with the applicant with regards to green roof and rooftop terracing opportunities. Just quickly, I'd like to address transition since this slide is up. Transition to the areas, to the neighborhood to the south of Cornwall. This is a good slide to look at the, transition can be looked at in many ways. So there is the amenity space here at the corner that is quite deep. The building is set back quite a ways. The taller towers to the north of the site. Cornwall Road in itself offers quite a bit of transition. And there are some low-scale commercial uses on the south side of Cornwall as well. And finally, just also in speaking about amenities, but also looking at open space. And as I mentioned earlier, there is the Cornwall District Objective that speaks to using the facilities that we have for developments in Midtown, especially along the Cornwall District. And you can see within a 400 and 800 meter radius, there are quite a few opportunities. The Cornwall Road Sports Park, 16 Mile Creek, there are opportunities, and there's more coming through the Midtown review work that's coming to you on June 7th. So the official plan amendment number 44 is taking the existing site exception and adding subsection B, which is highlighted here. So nothing else is changing but adding this to recognize the maximum heights of the 2 stories. Bylaw 22052 to the zoning. It has a few modifications, a few additions. It's creating a special provision, I apologize. So it will permit the apartment dwellings on the site as in this area of the overall property. It modifies some yards. The bylaw that was walked on tonight with the revision is the setback from the railway. So I have included a minimum of 6 meters, and that was changed from 18. This may seem a little drastic, so I wanted to take an opportunity to explain. In talking to Metrolinx and working with our zoning department on the setback from railway, there is a bit of a differentiation between our interpretation of what is included in that setback and what is included in the Metrolinx setback. Metrolinx overall has the authority of what the setback looks like and what will be required, and they will make that determination through a rail safety study that is required as part of the future site plan application. So what we decided to do was reduce the zoning regulation for that setback so as not to interfere with the Metrolinx's overall decision on how to look at where the crash wall could be, if it's going to be within the building or integrated as part of, its own wall, an individual wall. So we took a step back from that, knowing that Metrolinx will be having the authority over that, and that's why I adjusted the setback. This setback allows for the underground garage, utility rooms, mechanical rooms, and potentially some bicycle lockers to be within the rail setback. So it also speaks to height, parking rates, surface parking, so allowing or permitting visitor parking spaces to be used on or to be shared on, and retail uses to be shared on the site's surface parking lot. As always, a minimum of 20% of the total required parking spaces shall include provision for the installation of EV or electrical motor vehicles, the supply equipment, and restricting location of stairs and air vents in the public realm. So the current process right now is during the OPA and rezoning process, we're not regulating or approving the specifics of the architecture and design, but we're setting the footprint of the building and evaluating whether or not the development can be accommodated by existing and or planned infrastructure. During the site plan stage, we will review the application for the architecture, the design, but also the important on-the-ground concerns that have come up with this application. So those still need to be addressed. As I mentioned, the setback, the determined setback of the podium versus the towers from the rail line, which will be determined through the Metrolinx's rail safety study, the amenity space and what type of amenities are included in the building, the pedestrian and cycling circulation and safety, discussing the configuration of the Cornwall Trafalgar intersection with the applicant as well as the region, and the operational logistics of the surface parking lot. So finally, the recommendation is before you in blue in number 3. It recognizes that there was a walked-on bylaw as revised. And that concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Collingwood. I appreciated the detail that you went into on the concerns that we've heard. Councillor Dudek, would you like to begin the council questions? And before you do, would council rather hear the registered delegations before you start weighing in? I'm seeing yeses to that. Councillor Dudek, does that include you being okay with that? All right, well then, hold your places in line, and we will turn to our registered delegations. Madam Clerk, would you call the first registered delegation?
The first delegation is Jetta James from the Trafalgar Chartwell Residents Association.
Welcome, Ms. James. Council looks forward to your information.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
We can hear you very well. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Mayor Burton, councilors, and town staff. My name is Jetta James, and I'm delegating on behalf of the Trafalgar Chartwell Residents Association to express our concerns regarding the official plan amendment and bylaw amendment to facilitate a 14-story and a 19-story development at 271 Cornwall and 485 Trafalgar, otherwise known as Beer Town amongst friends. The Planning Department report includes reference to urban design requirements, namely, Midtown Oakville shall be designed as a regional destination and an urban center with a focus on creating a safe, and I emphasize safe and attractive public realm that encourages walking, cycling, and transit use. New development shall support through its form, scale, and detail. We encourage and support this mandate, and we recognize the need for intensification. However, we strongly recommend that the safety issues be addressed in a proactive manner and not subsequent to adding 317 residential units, 960 square meters of commercial space, and potentially 317 underground parking spaces, and of course now the approval of 70 Old Mill. Currently, without the addition of the proposed developments, It is not safe to cycle in the area, including specifically Trafalgar Road between Cornwall and Lakeshore. This is the presumed link between Midtown and downtown Oakville. As a daily user of that stretch of Trafalgar Road, I routinely witness cars lined up behind cyclists as frustrated drivers are unable to pass the cyclists. As you're aware, there are 3 yellow lines on Trafalgar Road. We don't see any provision for bicycle lanes if indeed the future residents of this development are going to use bicycles as their preferred mode of transportation. And we note that the proposal includes 109 parking spaces for bicycles, but there are no bicycle lanes. It is also not currently safe to walk in the area, specifically crossing the very busy 6 lanes of traffic at Cornwall and Trafalgar intersection. West of Trafalgar, where cars are turning into the GO train parking lot, is somewhat unsafe. And this is, of course, assuming that ridership returns to the pre-pandemic levels. Also, walking down Trafalgar Road from Midtown after dark is very unsafe because visibility is impaired. The lighting is on the west side of Trafalgar Road, and the only sidewalk is on the east side of the road, and it's in the shadows of the very mature trees. It's also not safe to turn left from Cornwall into the Beertown Plaza opposite Reynolds Street, immediately east of the already very busy Trafalgar-Cornwall intersection. The concern is that a turning lane on Cornwall will result in gridlock in the intersection and the immediate neighborhood. I can assure you that I witnessed gridlock on Saturday night at 6:30 as a result of vehicles trying to turn into the plaza, but they were trying to turn in at Whole Foods, and there was gridlock at the intersection. So that is a possibility for the future. So in conclusion, the TCRA would like to emphasize the need to be proactive in considering the safety of our residents when considering the details of the site plan. We would recommend that the developers, the planners, the councillors meet with the TCR representatives, and we will be glad to take you on a walking, bicycling tour of the Cornwall Spheres north-south on Trafalgar Road from GO Train to Kerr Village and downtown Oakville. But we're going to recommend you bring your own bicycle and your baby pram so you can get the full benefit of the experience. So thank you for your time.
Thank you very much for your presentation and the time you took to bring it to us. Council, are there questions for Ms. James? Thank you, Ms. James. Madam Clerk, would you bring the next delegation?
The next delegation is David Mallon from the Chartwell Maple Grove Residents Association.
Welcome, Mr. Mallon. Council looks forward to your information. If you aren't already, please unmute. Okay.
Can you hear me now?
We can hear you now, and quite well. Thank you very much.
Good. Sorry about that delay. We just had to get the right buttons to be pushed. Mayor Burton, members of council, town staff, my name is David Mallon, and I'm delegating tonight on behalf of Chartwell Maple Grove Residents Association on the issue of the Beertown development, if I might call it that, also known as 271 Cornwall and 485 Trafalgar. Thank you for this opportunity to speak to this matter. May I just say in passing, we recognize this territory, if you will, is in the area generally recognized as Trafalgar Chartwell, whom Jetta James just talked to you about their concerns. We recognize that it's their resident association which is most affected. Let's start by saying quickly, CMGRA is at Chartwell Maple Grove is aware of the immediate need for new housing and supports the development of Midtown as envisaged in the Livable Oakville plan. We are aware that this plan is being updated, and it is, we now know the update has just been released. However, I didn't have time to review it with CMGRA directors before releasing this comment on the Beertown development. In the circumstances, we will hold specific comment on the Midtown latest information till we've had chance to review the updated report. Our initial comments based on the existing Midtown reports are that we await with interest to learn how Midtown will achieve the goals of a regional destination with a network of public open spaces, a vibrant transit-supportive mixed-use urban community with safe, convenient, and attractive pedestrian access to transit stops. We remain concerned in the absence of a clear, detailed, and costed plan, including, of course, infrastructure, for the full development of Midtown as the urban center with a safe and attractive public realm that makes it a regional destination and a truly livable addition to our town, that this vision may be difficult to achieve without such a clear, detailed, costed plan. It's unlikely, in our view, that piecemeal approval of developers' proposals will lead to an integrated, cohesive plan which meets or exceeds the stated goals of Midtown development and the vision which has been stated clearly by our town planners. Leaving this on one side for the moment, just to focus for a moment on the Beertown development proposal. We have concerns as follows. Number one, safe pedestrian access to the GO station. Number two, vehicle entrances, exits from this already busy location onto a busy Cornwall road. Number three, parking at site. Number four, experience with the 70 Old Mill application indicates a number of contentious issues were referred to the site plan process for resolution. More specifically, dealing with safe pedestrian access to the GO station. Pedestrian access to the Oakville GO, despite its proximity, will involve crossing up to 6 north-south lanes of Trafalgar Road, including the additional single right turn lane north from Cornwall onto Trafalgar. This is an exposed and potentially unsafe crossing location for pedestrians to reach the GO station. We understand at this time, Metrolinx is not committed to extending the GO station platform eastward, but no access is currently available to the north of the development to the station. In addition, may I just add, it's not in my written notes, but just to add, the tunnel under the rail from the south side to the north side could at best described as dark and dismal and might be described as something worse than that. So it needs some kind of upgrade. The second item, with the additional left turn on Cornwall at Reynolds, where currently no left turn is permitted, will become the only vehicular entrance directly onto the subject property. That is these two tower developments, and will be shared with customers going to the Whole Food store. The second entrance of the Cornwall district is further to the east off Cornwall and enters the center of the retail parking area with no easy access to the property. In addition, this area of the parking lot is fully utilized at the moment. There is no room for cars trying to get through the middle of that parking lot and then do a left turn and somehow or other cut the front of or the back of Whole Foods to get to these apartment buildings, condo buildings. So that's a bit of a problem. The only other entrance is even farther to the east on Cornwall at Allen Street. And this requires either driving around the back of the existing retail property on a laneway close to the rail tracks or driving directly again through the retail parking area. In addition to this, the elimination of the exit, which currently discharges directly onto Trafalgar, will cause all exiting vehicles filling the retail as well as the condo towers to exit to Cornwall before turning north on Trafalgar at the intersection of Cornwall and Trafalgar, thus exacerbating traffic at the Trafalgar-Cornwall junction and increasing the safety hazards for pedestrians at that junction. 3, parking provided that development is limited. We wonder if it is the intention to ensure that temporary car use, such as rental cars, can be provided on site to offset some of the reduction in car use simply because there isn't room to store a car up to the extent to which residents may want to have cars on site. And I think the answer, at least in part, is rental. 4, experience from the recent Old Mill development application indicates that some contentious issues were deferred to the site plan approval process for resolution. Whilst this may be expedient, it denies the public access to participation in the decisions and can only detract from the public right to know and thus the democratic process. We respectfully ask Council consider these matters in their assessments of this proposal. In conclusion, we're hopeful that the forthcoming, now just released, proposed official plan amendment for Midtown Oakville will provide the missing details to guide and ensure the successful development of our new neighborhood as presented in Livable Oakville Part E, growth areas, special policy areas, and exceptions. I won't go through them. They're in your written copy. They're a repeat of Livable Oakville, and they indicate a high expectation and a high goal for the quality of Midtown, which we truly hope can be achieved. Thank you for your attention. If there are any questions, I will endeavor to answer.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mallon, for your information and the very coherent, cogent way you presented it. I don't think we have questions for you at this time, but I have taken note of your suggestions and I will be speaking about them in a moment. Madam Clerk, could you please call the next delegation?
The last delegation for this item is Glenn Wellings from FCHT Holdings.
Mr. Wellings, welcome. Council looks forward to your information.
Hi, good evening, Your Worship, council members, and members of the public, as well as town staff. For the record, Your Worship, my name is Glenn Wellings. I am planning consultant for First Capital. I am not with First Capital, just to be clear on that point. Your Worship, I will be brief. We do have available this evening the traffic consultant for the project. His name is David Angelakis from Burnside. And Your Worship and Councilors, he is available to answer any questions of a transportation nature. Just a couple of housekeeping matters. I'd like to thank Ms. Collingwood for her efforts in bringing forward the staff report this evening. I know it was a lot of work to bring it forward. And Your Worship and council members, we are supportive of the staff recommendations within the report. The planning process for this development has occurred over a 3-year period. The initial pre-application meeting was actually held in May 2019, almost 3 years ago. The staff recommendations before you are in alignment with the various studies and reports submitted by the independent consultants. These have been undertaken and reviewed thoroughly by town, region, and other staff. And those recommendations have been supported. With respect to the traffic safety concerns, the pedestrian safety concerns, Your Worship and councilors, I can advise that there have been 4 sets of traffic review. Obviously the traffic impact study from our consultant, Mr. Angelakis, was prepared. That study has been reviewed by town planning or town transportation staff. It's been reviewed by regional transportation staff. And one last review, there was a peer review of that transportation work undertaken. And there seems to be alignment with the traffic consultants involved with the project that this is an acceptable development. So the experts with knowledge are in support of the development as proposed. Your worship and councilors, you'll recall, or you'll be aware that Regional Council has recently taken a position of not expanding the urban boundaries to the year 2041 and potentially to 2051. And this decision will result in my opinion, a higher rate of intensification within the existing urban structure across the region. These subject lands are within a provincially designated urban growth center. And as Ms. Collingwood mentioned, this is the highest order growth area in the town. It is an area where growth is expected, it's anticipated, and that is part of the current urban structure for the municipality. The recommendations put forth by staff do support an intensification first approach within the existing infrastructure, within the existing urban structure, pardon me. And your worship and councilors, if intensification is not appropriate here in a designated urban growth center, then my question is, where would this type of development be appropriate? So your worship, just a reminder, we do have Mr. Angelakis available to answer any questions of a transportation nature. I'm happy to answer any questions of a planning nature. And I would like to thank councilors for listening to me this evening and look forward to your questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wellings. Madam Clerk, are there any other delegations? No. Very well. Then, Council, it's your turn. Councillor Duddick, you were first, and now you're first again.
Thank you, Worship. In deference to the ward councillors, I'll follow their delegation first. I dare say they're quite chomping at the bit, so I'll stand down and follow.
I'll move you to the bottom of the list, and we'll see if there's anything left for you after the others. Councillor Haslett-Deal, you're next.
Thank you, Mayor Burton. And let me know if my voice goes too low. I'm just struggling with my voice tonight. So thank you, Tricia, for the recommendation. So I have several questions. I know Dave does. Can you just take us through the density on this site? We hear that, and the residents have heard for many years, that this is to be 200 people and jobs per site hectare. And I understand from earlier questions with you that in fact, there is a potential that this will be 520 units per site hectare. We seem to go back and forth about people and jobs per hectare versus units per hectare. And perhaps Mr. Charles can assist with this, but my understanding as of this morning was that the application as presented is 520 units per site hectare. Can you just clarify for us?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, thank you for your question. So the density on the site, if you take a 5-hectare site and add 317 units, it comes up to about 63 units per site hectare. That's for the entire site. And that's, I'll say, that's how we looked at 70 Old Mill 2 weeks ago. We looked at the entire site. If you look at just the portion that they're building on, 0.6 hectares, you come up with 528. And I will note that the 200 jobs, people and jobs is a minimum for the Midtown. So you come up, it depends on how you want to look at the site in its totality. When I look at the size of the units and the percentage of smaller units versus larger units, and look at a people per unit calculation, I get about 524 people that could live in this development. So between the two towers, of 317 units, I get approximately 524 units, or people, sorry. And that's about 2.7% of the minimum development in Midtown. However, it doesn't include jobs. I do not know the makeup of the retail. I don't know if it'll be part-time, full-time, what kind of, staff employees they would have there, and the ins and outs. So I'm struggling to give you a good answer on how to come up with the job calculation.
So while I note that you've talked about the full parcel of land, it is very possible that this could be severed off. And so we have a 0.6 hectares that will in fact have 520 units, or give or take 520 some odd people on 0.6 of a hectare. So I just want that to be clear to my council colleagues while they're considering how they want to proceed tonight. My other questions are around how does planning evaluate compatibility with the surrounding neighborhood? Because compatibility is actually italicized in the OP and in the Midtown OP that this should be governed by. So I'm not clear how we are assessing compatibility with the surrounding neighborhood.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the compatibility can be looked at with regards to its impact on the surrounding context, transition, what it brings to the area. And I think I explained earlier that I feel there's quite a bit of transition between this site and the residents on the south side of Cornwall. It can be in context of massing and height, and shadowing, and looking at the benefits, the merits versus the negative impacts.
Okay, thank you for that. In terms of, I want to just turn to the impact. We've heard tonight from 2 residents, plus we've also another written delegation about safety and how they feel as the individuals who live in those neighborhoods and use those intersections with frequency, that the impact could be quite negative. My first question is, you referred to Cornwall Road as a regional road. Is it a regional road or is it a town road?
Through Mayor Burton, I apologize if I said it that way. I was saying that the intersection is a regional intersection because it's Trafalgar Road is a regional road. Cornwall is a town road.
Right. So in terms of a decision, the town previously made a decision that it was not good to have a left turn lane. So I'm not sure if we have Director Stevens here who can assist, but I've read the traffic studies. I understand that we've got people, they're all conferring that we could possibly make this work. What I want to understand is what's fundamentally different from where the town was when no left turn was considered to be not appropriate.
Through you, Mayor Burton, at the time that the decision was made to not have a left turn into the plaza, that section of Trafalgar was a town road, as Ms. Collingwood explained. And so based on the analysis at that time, the decision was made that it was not appropriate to allow for that left turn. However, since that time, we have had the opportunity to review it again through the applicant's report and through our own review, as well as the peer review and the region's review. And by adding that left turn lane, you're taking the traffic that would be queuing at that signal with the through traffic and moving it into its dedicated lane, which is providing more space and reducing the potential impact for traffic to back into that Trafalgar-Cornwall intersection.
So the lane width, so thank you for that. And so the tapering is what you're counting on, and the turn. How does this affect providing active transportation on Cornwall and the safety for our cyclists coming along Cornwall?
Through you, Mayor Burton, the cycling infrastructure for Cornwall Road is proposed to be a multi-use trail. That would replace the sidewalk that's there now and provide for off-road cycling infrastructure for those cyclists that are moving east-west along the corridor.
So, when is that planned for?
Through Mayor Burton, at this point, we do not have it programmed in the capital forecast, but we would take the opportunity to include that with other works so that we are minimizing the amount of disruption in the area.
While I have you, from a crossing perspective, so we hear regularly about people's concerns about traversing from Beertown and in a sober state, going from Beertown across over to the GO station. What specific actions could be taken, or would the town staff advocate that the region take to make this a safe crossing for the increased number of residents?
Through Mayor Burton, as a start, the region has already installed the signage to for drivers to stop for pedestrians in the channelized right turn lane, and they have been working to make similar circumstances or similar instances as pedestrian crossovers with the pavement markings and the signage to require drivers to stop in those locations. So that's the first thing I would mention. As Ms. Collingwood mentioned as well, through the site plan, we would have an opportunity to continue to work with the region and with the developer on opportunities to improve that intersection. We do not have the opportunity to change the number of lanes on Trafalgar itself. I think our main point is looking at where we can address that channelized right, and is there an opportunity to adjust that to both provide a safer crossing for pedestrians as well as allow for those right turns that need to continue to happen in that area.
Okay, thank you for that. My next questions are around just clarifying, are we talking condos or apartments, Ms. Collingwood?
Through you, Mayor Burton, we're talking condos.
Okay, and is there any what would be termed inclusionary zoning being considered for this site?
Through you, Mayor Burton, no.
Was it discussed?
Through you, Mayor Burton, so I am new to the file in the last 3 months. I do not believe so. It was not raised in any comments, and I did not see it in any comment summaries.
So just because we didn't see a picture that we normally would get from on the North Oakville applications, can you just remind us what is the height of the building on the northwest corner of Trafalgar and Cornwall?
Through you, Mayor Burton, you're speaking about the GO garage.
Correct.
Yes, it's 23 meters.
Okay. So this is substantially higher than the GO parking lot, which people had very serious concerns about when it went in. So it's at least 2 times the height for the 14-story building. Is that correct?
The 14-story building is coming in at 48 meters, and the 19-story building is coming in at 63 at this time.
Okay. So one of my concerns is that I'm not sure anybody's really answered the safety question of crossing this road, particularly when you consider the incline and the cars coming up and the pace. But if this was on the northwest corner, you know, we would have a safer crossing, and an intensification of a greater nature could make sense. But we are now going to add 500 plus people that have to cross over, And yet we are stating that this is supposed to be a safe, it'll certainly be vibrant, but a safe community. So I'm a bit concerned that we have the height differential and we've got the building on the wrong side. My last questions are urban design questions. So the podium for 14 is not set back as much as we've seen in some other elements shown to us, where trying to push the massing away from the street. I understand you've talked about the wide public realm walking area in the front of the building, but is there a reason the building has not been set back further on the podium?
Through you, Mayor Burton, so I'm just looking at some images here. I believe, and maybe the applicant might want to speak to this, but I will say, I believe part of it is the railway setback, pushing the whole building forward. There is a turnaround circle between the two towers as part of the grade-related access for drop-in, drop-off. And then I'm thinking there was some amenity space thought of at the time, but maybe the applicant, if he's still on, would be able to speak to this.
I through you, your worship, to the councillor.
Mr. Welling, you accidentally muted yourself.
I'm sorry, your worship. Just when you think you figured this out, you haven't. But my apologies. Since the inception of this application, there's been considerable design work and trying to look at the layout and style of the buildings and the podiums and the tower portions, and it's been quite an exercise to go through. But it was deemed, the setback was deemed appropriate from Cornwall. It does provide, as Ms. Collingwood mentioned, a plaza type feature. The railway setback is another factor as well. Pushing the 14-story building further back into the property would affect the 19-story building, and in my opinion would create a development scenario that's inefficient and would not optimize the use of these lands. So that's the answer to that. Pushing it back just doesn't make any sense.
Okay. Well, I have you, Mr. Wellings. Was there any consideration for an access to the parking behind the plaza running along the rail corridor?
Through your worship, to the councillor, there is an existing access that's available. So that the use of the existing access would be part of the proposal.
I'm sorry, I might not be understanding. So there is a road that runs behind, or behind the different retail buildings. Are you saying that the parking, that the residents could access the parking from that road as well?
Yeah. Through your worship, the intent of this application is to provide an integrated development with the existing commercial, and I think we've been pretty clear since the first application that there is no intent at this point to redevelop the remaining commercial portion of this property, but it's intended to function as an integrated development where existing driveways and access points would be used. The most significant change in this case is the left turn in from Cornwall and the elimination of the exit from onto Trafalgar. Those are the significant changes, but for all intents and purposes, the driveways will remain pretty much the same.
So your new condo owners could access without having a left turn lane coming behind the plaza to the parking garage. Do I understand that right?
No, you don't. Actually, the purpose is to provide a left turn in at Cornwall, where there currently is not one. And that's been reviewed by the traffic consultants, as I mentioned, and that's important for the condo proposal.
Okay. I guess my last question from Ms. Collingwood is, what assurances are in our Midtown policy that when we agree to potentially 19 and 14 on this site, that we will A, have those retail retail businesses in the plaza, and B, that we will be not subject to another 19 and 14 potentially where the RBC building is, or where the little restaurant is along that strip. Is there anything in the policy that really truly steps the transitions down from an intense corner?
Through you, Mayor Burton. So through the Midtown policies that are coming forward on June 7th, and I don't want to overshadow anything that is coming, but it is online. The policy does show, I think it's Schedule L2, proposed L2, Midtown Oakville density. It does have, so it does note this application and the area of the application with the special exception on the site. And it includes a density range in a floor space index, which the site falls into. So it has a floor space index of 2.5 to 6, and the applicant is proposing 3.76 for a floor space index. The rest of the site steps down in the policies on the schedule in floor space index, and the policies do not speak to, we're not looking to include anything that would expand the increased density across this site. That said, anybody could bring in an application. We can't stop them from bringing in an application, and then it would have to be, they would have to provide the planning justification report that would look at the merits of that application and if it was warranted. But at this time, this proposal doesn't conflict with the Midtown density plan, and the density plan does specify that this would step down as you go east and along Cornwall. With regards to uses, I'm assuming you're referring to the commercial uses like Whole Foods, Shoppers. You mentioned the RBC Bank. So if those were uses to be proposed to be redeveloped, I have asked if what we would be looking at in that regard, and I guess we could be looking at, through the Midtown work, we could be looking at instating policies, or proposing policies rather, that would require a certain percentage or a certain amount of square meters for those types of uses. It could be appealed, and so we would be looking at the justification if it wasn't going to be agreed to.
Okay, so, all right, so we have what's in the new Midtown might give us some level of assurances around a transition. But we also told people that they'd be 10-story buildings on the corner of Cornwall and Trafalgar. All right, I'll leave it there. Mayor Burton, I'll have some comments depending on what the motion is. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. I next have, I guess, by some sense of politesse, we will jump to Councillor Giddings from Ward 3, and then we will resume the registered list. Councillor Giddings.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First of all, I'd like to thank the TCRA, CMGRA, and JCRA for their delegations and their supplied written statements. It's always good to hear from our residents that make use of this area all the time. Ms. Collingwood, could you put up slide 17 from your deck there?
I hope so.
All right, so as Councillor Janet was speaking, the red dots on the top of the slide there would be access through that Mr. Wellings was talking about, correct?
Through you, Mayor Burton, I'm sorry, I didn't, the red dots, the red circles? Well,
any of the red arrows show traffic flow.
Yes.
running north of the LCBO, that would be one of the entranceways?
Through you, Mayor Burton, it is. I think it's rather circuitous, and I would say it's not the safest to wind your way through a parking lot to get to completely to the other side. It's not something I think that works well in this parking lot overall, and which is one of the merits of the left in at Reynolds. So adding that to the signal and permitting that access, I think, reduces the amount of confusion in that parking lot today.
All right, I believe it was mentioned earlier, this parking lot is very busy. A lot of times it's the overflow parking lot for Sunrise, the seniors residents across the way, because they don't have enough parking. And so you're directed to this parking lot. I agree with some of the comments earlier that having vehicles rushing to get home, driving through a busy parking lot isn't ideal. Could you go to 18, the next one there? So I see that the right out will be closed, directing all the traffic onto Cornwall when they leave the area. The area for future transit connection, is that based on the belief or the hope that Metrolinx will expand the platform across Trafalgar?
Through Mayor Burton, yes, we can always hope that that comes back.
I hope for that as well. My concern is that that will become a de facto kiss and ride, so people don't have to drive north and hang a left on Cross and get in the queue. That area residents will look at this newfound kiss and ride, introducing either further traffic, but I guess the parking is suggested for site plan, correct?
Through Mayor Burton, yes, we would take a good look at that, and that's a good point that you raise. Something that would need to be considered.
All right, and I've got page 9 or slide 9 jotted down here. Let's see if I can remember. Oh, and that's the same one. That's why I have it twice. Thank you for that. The commercial parking, I understand that the current proposal will reduce the amount of commercial, and that should free up space. You mentioned the unbundling of parking. So if I were to buy a unit there, I could elect not to buy a parking space, correct?
Through you, Mayor Burton, should the applicant decide to go with an unbundling parking plan, yes, you could purchase a unit and not have to purchase. It would not come with a parking spot. So it brings down the value of the unit because you don't necessarily take up a parking space, and you could choose whether to buy one or not.
And so I buy a car, I don't have a parking space, and so we could be setting up future residents for predatory towing, like we see at a number of other areas in town?
Through you, Mayor Burton, that is definitely something that we would have to take into consideration as we look at the site plan application and probably the future condo declaration.
All right, and a crash wall. Forgive my ignorance. Is that crash wall meaning to stop trains from coming through?
Through Mayor Burton, it is. And as I was commenting earlier in my education in the last couple of weeks on crash walls, with Metrolinx, I've learned that the crash wall doesn't have to necessarily be a standalone wall. It can be the north end of that building would be built as a crash wall into the building.
All right, the left turn lane has been covered. I appreciate their attempt to try to get people in there. I've spent a lot of time walking, cycling, and driving through the area. And it may work for now. Perhaps as we move towards build out, I share the concern of many residents that have reached out. The number of items that are going to be directed to site plan is pretty substantial. I don't think I've ever seen this number before. Out of respect for my council colleagues, if I could just, before I pass the Zoom here, Mr. Mayor, given the complexity of this proposal and the location in Midtown, could we include in the recommendation that if this is passed this evening, that it come back before this council for site plan approval? There are just so many unknowns that the list is very long.
My judgment is that council loses the ability to bring site plan approval back to council on the 1st of July. So if we were to approve this tonight and attach that condition to it, it, in my opinion, would be valid and it would come back. It sets up a bit of a conundrum for you if you want site plan control, but you don't want to approve it. So,
well, I can't speak for my council colleagues, but if it were to be approved, I think there are so many outstanding issues. And as we heard from the proponent's consultant, the recommendation has been 3 years in the making. So we may have to do a lot of work in a very short time to make up for some of those issues that could have been covered, in my opinion, over the past 3 years.
well, it's entirely in order at this moment for you to move an amendment to the staff recommendation, and you don't even need a second.
Is my last verbiage clear enough for the clerk?
Madam Clerk, Councillor Giddings has moved that this matter be brought to council for site plan approval upon staff's completion of site plan work. And are there any speakers to this amendment? Councillor Adams.
Thanks very much. I don't really have any problem with it coming back to site plan. I just wonder if staff could clarify the timing of when is it allowed to come back to council for site plan approval, and when is the cutoff? So if they delayed a site plan application or something, would we lose that ability?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Don't know at this point when we will be dealing with the site plan application. My assumption is that if council has requested that it come back to review it, because we're doing this before the 1st of July, we would be able to bring the application back to council for its review.
Even if the site plan application isn't before the town?
That's my understanding right now. I stand to be corrected, but I believe that's the way the legislation has been set up.
Any other speakers to the amendment? All right, I don't see any other speakers, and I will put the amendment to a vote. Please raise your hand if you object to the amendment. Madam Clerk, I declare the amendment carried. So now we'll resume the I couldn't tell whether you were trying to get my attention or not, but you managed to get it without trying, I guess. All right, so we're going to go back to the list, and as I understand it, come on, that was very gentle, wouldn't you say? Yes, that was teacher talk. All right, so now we're going to the list, and Councillor Duddick, you are first, again.
Thank you, Your Worship. And I thank my council colleagues. They've raised several of the issues that I had concerns about. I guess for me, the real stumbling block with this whole proposal is Metrolinx. And what they did to us at the top of Kerr, yes, you have it, no, you don't. Yes, you have it, no, you don't. I'm to the point I want to give them a new logo, and that's the magic 8 ball, so that you can ask the question and get a different answer every time. I really have a problem putting this kind of density in there and then expecting people to be patient until Metrolinx gets their act together and provides the appropriate access to the very thing that they're promoting, namely the GO station. And for them to be able to say to us that, you know, intensify, grow, but they're not coming to the forefront. Ms. Collingwood, could you tell me what kind of certainty do we have, if any, that Metrolinx is actually going to work with us in regards to this application? You said they rescinded it, and I caught a couple of your comments, you were hopeful, but has there been any other movement other than the rescinding?
Through you, Mayor Burton, I believe there has not been any firm commitments to add an additional connection. I am going to turn slightly to Director Stevens to see if she has had any comments or discussions, as I want to make sure that you get the most up-to-date information.
Thank you.
Through Mayor Burton, I know Ms. Collingwood is correct. We do not have a firm commitment from Metrolinx at this point for anything. I'm sorry. Sorry. Great. Thank you. Through you, Mayor Burton. Ms. Collingwood is correct. We do not have a commitment from Metrolinx at this point to allow for crossing across the rail lines in that location, but it is something we would continue to work with them on to see how we could progress that.
Can the development be, and this I guess would be for Tricia, can we have something whereby our approval is contingent on Metrolinx providing that, given the importance of this site?
Through you, Mayor Burton, I would say that would be very difficult to do, to put a commitment or I'll call it a commitment, a requirement onto a public agency.
Okay. I was hopeful for a minute, but okay.
I would love to give that to you, but.
Totally appreciate that. Two concerns I also have, and again, it's regarding access to the site. And the Ward 3 councillors raised it, as did the residents associations, and that is the intersection. And again, I'm concerned about, you build these buildings, you have these people in there, and no changes taken place to improve the intersection or to improve the access so that people can go to and from, especially if Metrolinx is going to be lacking in their stepping up to the table. The only access these poor individuals will have is that intersection. Do we know whether or not the intersection changes will take place prior to construction?
Through you, Mayor Burton, we do not know that, to be honest. We don't know that right now. As Gabe Charles mentioned, we don't know when the site plan will come in. We don't have firm commitments from the applicant at this time. We haven't done a pre-consultation meeting with them for the site plan. I know that they don't have a residential partner right now for the development. So that to me, it's not imminent. And therefore, it would be difficult to, while we can have those conversations with the region about, okay, this is priority number one, this intersection. We're looking at this development, having good pedestrian, safe cycling, ease and access through here. And we can have those conversations with them, and we have, that it'll be important through the site plan to start looking at the planning and reconfiguration of that intersection. We can't really ask them to move too quickly on it when we don't have firm commitments from the applicant at this time.
I can appreciate your situation there, and I appreciate your answer. I guess the last thing I have a concern with is this left turn lane into the site. And again, it speaks to that intersection being already under capacity and you're going to end up with queuing possibly going back farther than the left turn lane, causing problems at the intersection. So that's just a comment, and I'll leave it with you and with the applicant's transportation officials. Thank you. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you, Councillor Dudek. Councillor Liz Chinna, you were in the line. You've lowered your hand. Are you satisfied with what you've heard already, or do you want to go now? It's your turn if you do.
Can you hear me now? Thank you very much. So, my question was the same as the previous councillors.
Thank you. Then we're turning to Councillor Chisholm and then Councillor O'Meara.
Thank you, Worship. I'll be quick too. Most of the questions I was going to ask have been already asked by my fellow colleagues. But the more we get discussion in this site, it becomes more and more clear to me that we've got a lot of hurdles to jump, especially with the traffic and the safety issue and the queuing of a left-hand turning lane going into this new complex, which the distance between that left-hand turning lane and the intersection back on Trafalgar, I don't know how you're going to do the queuing. It probably could only take 3 or 4 cars at the most, and then you're going to have rear ends hitting, turning that corner on the left-hand side. The other issue I have is how we incorporate the other entrances to go around the back as an access to the complexes. To me, that's irrational. It doesn't make sense. There's no safety issues. It's private parking. It's private property. There's all kinds of logistic issues with that. With respect to now also looking at agreements with shared parking, and the point was well taken about predatory towing and having lines on the parking lot. This is my side, and you can't use this side. So there's a lot of challenges with this site. You know, the buildings themselves and the height and, you know, are all those concerns too, but I just don't understand how we can really alleviate the concerns and issues getting into this site without having congestion and problems. The only question I have is with respect to, you made the comment about setback from the railway with Metrolinx. Could you clarify, can I understand what you meant by that setback? We put a setback in, but the Metrolinx can override that? That's what, just for clarification on that one, please.
Through you, Mayor Burton. So the regulation in our zoning bylaw is there to respect the railway's setback. And I don't know if it was a request. I don't know how it got in there. I'm not sure. I can't speak to that. But in my discussions with the manager of zoning, Tim Lee, it's there to, you know, acknowledge and respect that the Metrolinx also has the same setback. The issue, what I found when looking into this further, is that our definitions of what those uses are that need to be set back are different. We don't speak to commercial uses the way we speak about dwellings, residential dwellings, whereas Metrolinx looks at commercial use as well as residential in their sensitive use definition. So our uses, like our definitions, are not the same. And in talking with Metrolinx throughout 70 Old Mill and now this site, I've come to understand that we may interpret a setback differently. So where one will look at it up to the face of the building, another will include the underground parking ramp and stairways into an underground parking ramp. So we're looking at it different as well. It needs a good rethink, in my opinion. And so in doing so, and knowing that the Metrolinx has the ultimate authority over what that setback is based on the rail safety study, I made the decision to lower the setback to the edge of the podium to provide flexibility for Metrolinx to then make those decisions. And then it won't conflict with any zoning regulations we put in place, which then stand for 2 years without an opportunity for a minor variance.
So to assume this is still an unknown with respect, could that impact the movement of the building itself? If Metrolinx setback or they're in there, could that impact the building itself? I guess the foundation of this building would be moving forward.
Through you, Mayor Burton, I did include yards and setbacks to yards to the public roads. And that would be something that we would, if they were trying to shift too much, it will either not comply. And also we would be looking at, in our urban design, Appendix B, our urban design guidelines speak to the amenity areas and the massing, impact, shadowing, all that kind of stuff. So if they were to shift too far forward, we would then be out of compliance with our urban design requirements that we're asking to be passed tonight.
So, not to belabor the point, is that Councillor Dudica's comments were founded with respect to ClubLink, or excuse me, not ClubLink, that's terrible. With respect to Metrolinx, so they have some authority on this, and so we're really at their mercy until this is understand it and realize what exactly what the setback's going to be. Is that correct?
Through you, Mayor Burton, yeah, I think we would definitely be working in coordination with Metrolinx to understand the implications of a rail safety study on the site.
My last comment, this is a very compact, complex issue, and there's a lot of issues still outstanding, and I thank Councillor Giddings making this amendment. It makes sense. Thank you for the site plan.
Thank you, Councillor Chisholm. Councillor Robertson, I need to leave the chair, so you're acting mayor. The next speakers are Councillor O'Meara and Councillor Elgar, and thank you very much for stepping up, acting mayor.
Thank you. I will take it from here. So Councillor O'Meara, you have the next question.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. My question is to staff, and I'm just trying to figure out the having our cake and eating it too thing here. I mean, you know, we've got almost 75% to 100% of these units will be able to have a vehicle, and we're talking about vehicular access in and out and these sorts of things. This location is if this location isn't the place to have limited vehicular, limited parking per unit because it's so close to a major transit station, then I don't know what is. So at what point do we look at these units that are literally right on the GO train tracks and say, you don't need 0.75 parking spots per unit, you need less, and we try and encourage those people who don't want to bring their cars to live. I mean, why have we gone with that number here, and why don't we increase the visitors parking and decrease the residential parking? And that gets rid of the log jams at Cornwall. It gets rid of the egress and ingress and all these things. Why are we still trying to hit this 0.75 as a bare minimum per unit and not limiting the amount of private residentially owned parking spots for a place that is literally on the GO transit line? Why are we doing that?
Through you, Mayor Burton, or sorry, Mayor Robertson. Sorry about that.
Councillor Robertson, just fine, Tricia.
Through you, Councillor. Sorry, I got totally tongue-tied there. Okay, so sorry, I gotta back up on this. So the minimum is, yes, the minimum parking requirement is the minimum parking requirement. It doesn't require people to bring cars. And through the site plan, if they do choose to take it down to the minimum of the 0.75, there is the opportunity to use that parking area for visitor parking. So that is something that we will be working with them. We have another kick of the can with this parking at site plan. So it is, but I agree with you. The 0.75 in this area, if you were to look at other locations along the Lakeshore West line, 0.75 may seem high. In Oakville, this is a new low, and we don't have, in my opinion, we don't have the experience right here yet to say whether we could go lower. I would like to see it go lower, but at this time, 0.75 was more consistent with the way we are looking at the rail line as well as the Trafalgar corridor in applications that are coming in there and what they have to offer and how close they are to transit facilities.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I mean, we've got to get this right. I mean, once this gets developed and built, that's it. So, I mean, this is one of those applications where we need to discourage people who want to park a car and drive in and out and go all over the place, because we only have so many of these lots that are, the owner only has so many of these lots that are right adjacent to a GO station line. And this is the prime example where we just say, not here, somewhere else, because it doesn't make sense. And again, support public transit by inducing that. So that's just the comment I wanted to make. I think we're focusing a lot on the parking and the traffic in Cornwall and Trafalgar, which is rightly slow, but which is rightly so, but we can hit a lot of that on the head if we just limit the amount of available residential permanent parking that we allow in that development. So I'll leave it with that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
And I will turn it back over to the mayor.
Thank you, Acting Mayor. The chair recognizes Councillor Elgar.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Burton. There has been an awful lot of very good questions tonight, but one of the ones I'm just trying to make sure I understand it correctly was the traffic studies that Mr. Wellings mentioned. Were they done before March of 2020 with actual counts, or were they done after March of 2020 when the pandemic started? And did they do actual counts, or was everything done from a textbook from old data?
Through you, Mayor Byrne, I am going to ask if the applicants can speak to that. I will say that there were 2 submissions of the traffic study. The first round with the region's comments asked for quite a few updates and take another look at their counts and their assumptions. And then there was the peer review on top of that. So quite a bit of work did go into the study, and I see Glenn Wellings on now.
Thank you.
Your Worship, it would be helpful if you could let Mr. Angelakis into the meeting, and he can certainly answer the questions of Councillor Elgar.
The clerk is working on that as we speak.
Okay. And while that's happening, Your Worship, just to Councillor Elgar's comment, the original traffic report was actually done in September of 2019, pre-pandemic. So I'll let David take it from there.
There we go. Can everyone hear me?
We hear you very well, thank you.
Okay, fantastic. Through you, Mayor Burton, Dave Angelakis with RJ Burnside Associates, the author of the traffic study that was submitted in 2019. So yes, the traffic counts were conducted in 2019, a year before the COVID hit in March of 2020. And as Glenn Wellings had mentioned, yes, we did updates, not to the traffic counts, because there was no issue with the traffic counts, just simply with the site plan changes. And one change was removing the right out on Trafalgar. So hopefully that answers the question.
But just could you just so you did actual counts in 2019 then of what was accurate at that time? Okay,
that's correct.
Thank you. Thanks very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Councillor Elgar, for your question. Council, if it's my turn, I'm going to ask Director Stevens to clarify for Council and the public these questions of traffic and safety and crossing. And I mean, I'm mindful of the fact that we've got actual qualified traffic engineering studies and reviews and peer reviews, which in a tribunal hearing would be considered evidence that says that seems to say it's okay. And we have a lot of supposing here tonight that it's not. And so Ms. Stevens, can you clear up the traffic issues for pedestrians and the intersection and all of that? Are there timed signals for people to cross the street? Does the new lane do anything to make things better? Please bring some clarity to this, because we've been all over the map here tonight.
Thank you, Mayor Burton. Through you, I'll start with the left turn into the site opposite Reynolds. I'm sorry. Thank you. I hope, is that better? So just to clarify, with respect to the left turn lane and the available storage there, if you picture the intersection today, the westbound left turn lane extends almost that full length between the driveway and the intersection of Cornwall and Trafalgar. The proposed eastbound left turn lane would almost mirror that. It would obviously be a little bit shorter because we need to sort of dip in at the existing median right at the intersection, but that median would be significantly narrowed, and the space would be redistributed. So the left turn lane is envisioned to be almost 80 meters long, which would provide for a considerable amount of storage for vehicles that want to enter the site via that access. So those left turning vehicles, in the absence of a left turn lane there, would be in the same queue as the through traffic, and if there was a red light at that intersection, would be stopped. And that's where the concern is, that they would back into the intersection of Cornwall and Trafalgar. With the addition of a left turn lane, which is almost as long as the through lane, that left turn traffic moves over into the dedicated lane, and then now you have more space for all of those vehicles, both the through and the left turn, to queue in the event that there is a left turn signal there. In the event that there is a red stop at that signal. The traffic lights would be timed and sequenced to take into effect that now you have a left turn there, and so you need to have this time dedicated to that left turn movement, as well as there would be the gap on the yellow, which we know a car or two would get through on that. Then with respect to pedestrian safety at the intersection of Trafalgar and Cornwall, that is an area where we know that we've heard all of the comments today from the residents associations who have spoken in the previous comments about that, about the feeling of being unsafe in that area. But we need to differentiate between the feeling and what we've actually seen happening at that intersection. It isn't an intersection where we have a higher proportion of collisions there, but that doesn't mean that we wouldn't work with the region, with the applicant, and with our own resources to try and improve the feeling of safety there as well. So with the urban mobility strategy, which was just brought before council recently, we are turning our focus around and we want to focus on pedestrian and cyclists before vehicular traffic. And so we would obviously continue to look for opportunities to make that intersection both feel safer and improve any opportunities we have there for a better crossing. As I mentioned earlier, the region has already installed the signs to stop for pedestrians. So the traffic is required to stop on that channelized right, which is not how that would have operated in the past. And that would have definitely been an area where people would feel less safe crossing at that point, when that right turn traffic is not required to yield or stop, but that change is now there. I did note as well that the report did indicate a few other improvements at that intersection, including audible pedestrian signals and removing the right turn channel on the eastbound right turn, so opposite from this the location that we're talking about right now, but it is an improvement at that Cornwall intersection. I'm sorry, Mayor Burton, I'm not sure if there was another area that I've missed, but happy to expand on that if I can.
I think you answered my questions. I have a volunteer in Councillor Lischina who'd like to supplement mine, perhaps. And when you're done, I've got more.
Thank you, Your Worship. Since Jill is up there, would all of that, the safety issues with Trafalgar and Cornwall, also think about the South Service cross intersection with the lighting and all of that? Because I foresee residents sort of taking the shortcut, coming underneath the bridge and crossing over at Cross. So that lighting, would all those things be considered for that area as well, with respect to the timing and other issues?
Through you, Mayor Burton, in terms of the timing of the signals, yes. So we would want to look at the timing of the signals comprehensively because they need to operate as a system. So if we change one set of signals, that can have unintended consequences for anybody who's trying to use a signal, not just pedestrians, not just the vehicles. So we would look at that comprehensively together with the region. They do have their adaptive traffic management system that they are looking at as well. And pedestrian crossing of regional roads is a concern and a consideration that we have raised with them through that study because we understand the role of a regional road in providing for efficient travel, but it needs to provide for efficient and safe travel for everyone, and that includes the people who are crossing it, not just the people who are going along its length. So definitely that is something we have raised in general, but also with specific locations along the Trafalgar corridor.
Thank you, Councillor Lischina. Director Stevens, thank you. You've satisfied me on all of these questions about vehicle movements and pedestrian safety. So thank you very much. I'm going to call on the CAO for the next questions. There's been an unfortunate amount of fog and confusion about density voiced tonight, and we need to clear that up, I think. And that began with this discussion about site hectares and how many people per site hectare. And so I want to start at the basics about Midtown. As I understand it, perhaps you could confirm this, Midtown is approximately 100 hectares. Is that correct?
Yes, I think in the report it was 103, but yes, you're correct.
Well, I'm going to do some math in the air, so it's for me to make that work, I'm going to use 100, but everybody understands that the 3 is not going to change the outcome very much. Now, I understand from previous work presented to council that there's only about 60 hectares that's buildable, and the rest is roads and Metrolinks and hydro corridors. Is that correct?
I can't speak to the actual number, but you're quite correct. You'd take out of that a gross acreage across Midtown, you take out all the roads, you take out parks, you take out any other kinds of uses. And if you're looking at a site area of density, it would be much smaller than the larger piece.
So we've said many times that about 40% of the land is in public ownership and it's eaten up by roads and rail service and hydro corridors and all of that. And 40% of 100 is 40, and 100 minus 40 is 60 hectares to work with. Now, it's famous in the growth plan that the forecast, and it's more than a forecast at an urban growth center, the target is a minimum, is that right, of 20,000 people in jobs.
That's correct, it's a minimum.
And along the way, a number got thrown around for the last, 16 years or more, that the target is 200 people in jobs per hectare. And that's a familiar number to us as well. But if that were the absolute measure, and we only had 60 hectares to put them on, and you couldn't put more than 200 people in jobs per site hectare, which is, I think, where we went wrong here, you wouldn't be able to get more than 12,000 people in Midtown, because 60 times 200 is 12,000. Am I right about that?
Yes, the 200 hectare people and jobs is measured over the gross site. And when you bring it down to the net site of development, the density, of course, gets much larger. And in fact, I think last meeting, we heard about the 70-Old Mill. And when you actually brought it down to the specific site, it was, quite substantial, 10, about 100, was it? Anyway, my point is that the density gets much larger in order to satisfy that 200 minimum density over all of Midtown.
Well, let's come at it this way. If we only have 60 hectares and we want to put 20,000 people, then we're going to have 333 people per hectare in that 60. And that's before we get to the sites, because on an individual site like this one, we've got circulation to take out of it. We've got amenities to take out of it. We've got surface parking to take out of it. And so I conclude, well, it's no wonder that it might be 500 or more per site hectare. And, you know, if you take away the site and you only look at the building footprint, you can make it sound even more. But I'm hoping that this explanation of the numbers will assist everybody in understanding the numbers better for Midtown. And is there anything you could add to the matter before us tonight? Let's see, we've dealt with the traffic and that concern, the density concern. Is there any other area that you think has been confused this evening?
The one area I wanted to add was the discussion on Metrolinx. Everything that's been said tonight is absolutely correct. Metrolinx has not confirmed in a capital plan their intent to extend the GO station to the two sides. We have had lots of discussion with them. We've provided them information more recently in terms of in the future as they move forward with the building out of all of their infrastructure in Midtown, that they not lose sight of the benefits and advantages of having the station on both sides of Trafalgar Road. We've given the traffic analysis to them just recently. So it's correct, it's not in a capital plan. But I think it's more than just hope that they'll look at a station. We are providing that analysis to them. We have a dialogue with them in order to look at the future of the station on both sides as being absolutely essential to be able to move their ridership that comes in on the GO station out on the bus, because that is the only way we can make that happen effectively. So I say more than hope. I know we haven't had great relationships with Metrolinx at this point in time, certainly in terms of capital dollars, and they're not there on the capital side, but they are looking at the benefits of the station on either side. So I do think that is a positive piece with them, and I hope that through the evidence we're providing them, that they'll be able to consider it sooner in their capital plan rather than not yet.
Okay, so two more things about Metrolinx. You know, council was understandably upset about the Metrolinx balk on the Kerr Street grade separation and the difficulty around the Burloak grade separation. And maybe it would be a good thing for you to update council on what appear to me to have become much better relations with them. And it seems to me that you've got fairly cordial discussions going on about both these matters. Is that right?
Yes, it is. Actually, we've had some very favorable news on Burloak. I'm going to not go into a lot of detail tonight, if that would be okay with council. But they are looking at the costs of the Burloak, looking at it in a way that defines what are the costs that are more associated with the railway and how the railway functions. So that at the end of the day, we will have a much more reduced request from Metrolinx for our portion, actually probably quite close to where we were originally at. So that has been very good discussions on that one. We are also continuing discussions on Kerr and looking at ways that we can begin to do some of that work collectively with them or in front of them so that by the time they can look at Kerr again, we'll have a lot of work done and not perhaps lost some of those opportunities. We will have a more detailed report we're bringing to council or P&D actually on June 7th, which sets out some of those discussions, but it has been quite positive in the last couple of weeks.
So the important point that I'm chasing here, you can confirm that we now enjoy cordial and constructive relationships with Metrolinx. Is that correct?
Well, yes, Metrolinx is listening to us. They're willing to work with us, and they're trying to accomplish their objectives and ours at the same time. So that has been positive in the last couple of weeks.
All right, my final question about Metrolinx is, is it not possible, I mean, has it not been possible over the years for Metrolinx and Oakville to disagree on items in the same spirit that reasonable people can disagree about things? And what I have in mind is, when I was on their predecessor board, we had in our capital plan a plan to put 2 parking structures, one on each side of Trafalgar. And as I recall, the town didn't like that idea, or the town staff didn't like that idea. And it's gone from that is gone from their capital plan. You could take the view that you won that discussion, couldn't you?
Yes, we could actually. Much more positive not to have that much car parking within the Midtown. It goes to all the discussion I think you've had tonight in terms of the importance of really creating that transit center. And so Metrolinx has listened to that.
So thank you. I just want to establish that we don't need to beat up Metrolinx. I don't think, it feels to me like we're getting somewhere with them. So that's it for the traffic evidence is on side of the proposal and the staff recommendation. And the Metrolinx discussion is, to my mind, very logical. They're the railway, they make the rule. Why not let them tell us what it needs to be? And because in the end, they're the higher authority, they get to have their way anyway. And for the matters that are properly before site plan, council has already unanimously approved that those matters could come back to council because we're acting within the remaining closing window on council being involved in site plan. Thank you, Madam CAO, for your assistance. Council, for all of these reasons, I am in support of the proposal by staff on this application. And that's the end of my contribution to this discussion. Councillor Chisholm.
Do we have a recorded vote on this, Your Worship, please?
Thank you for the suggestion. It's a great idea. Council, we need a motion. We need someone to move the main motion in order to have a debate on it. Councillor Knoll, thank you. Debate is in order. Who wants to debate? Councillor Duddick.
Thank you, Worship.
Oh, Councillor Duddick, the clerk has just informed me. Unless we get a motion to go past the hour, we're not going to be able to do much here. Councillor Duddick, any objection to going past the hour? Madam Clerk, there's none. That motion carries. Councillor Duddick, start debating.
Thank you. I am sorry I cannot support this going forward. I have serious concerns regarding so many aspects of this application. I'm sorry, I respect what the CAO has said. I respect what you have said, Mayor Burton. I do not trust Metrolinx one iota. They do not have a good track record as far as, mind the pun, track record as far as I'm concerned. Like I say, they change with the weeks, they change with the days. Here we go, putting all this planning, all this money into something, and it's all for naught. They're the ones, as you have pointed out, it's the province who is telling us, mandating us to grow, to increase, to provide these growth centers. Fine, then do your bit coming forward and supporting us by funding what is so desperately needed to make this a viable development. I do not want to see somebody in a building having to deal with all the headaches that are associated with this, and most of it is access to the site, it's leaving the site, it's using our GO train properly the way it was intended to. As I say, I respectfully cannot support it.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Chisholm.
Thank you, Your Worship. I will not be supporting this recommendation tonight either. There's just too many variables that are involved with this with respect to safety and traffic and the whole private enterprise adjacent to this development and how we're going to handle traffic, and then also the setbacks with Metro links. It's just too many unknowns, and I'm not going to be supporting it. So I'll just leave it as that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Chisholm. Councillor O'Meara.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'll support this application. Again, we can't say don't develop in farmland, and we don't want urban sprawl and intensify in areas and then say no to this. We've got to work the details out, but this is where it starts, and infrastructure will come, maybe not as quickly as we like, but we can't have our cake and eat it too. And if we want to develop in the areas that we are, we've got a proposal that our staff are in support of, and it will hit some density in the area that we've targeted for. We've got to. These are the things that we should be sitting here and saying yes to, because that's what we've all agreed to at one level or not. So I'll be supporting it. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you, Councillor O'Meara. Councillor Knoll.
Thank you, Worship. A couple things. First of all, this is a terrific conversation tonight. I learned an awful lot this evening. I appreciated the clarifications that you brought forward, and I also really appreciated hearing from Director Stevens with respect to the traffic engineering issues. I am supporting it. I moved it. I think that also saying ditto to a lot of what Councillor O'Meara just said. I mean, if there ever was a development that speaks to transit-friendly and something that is going to help us achieve some of our climate change initiatives and such, this is probably it. Are there problems to be ironed out? Yeah, and I think that Councillor Giddings gave us a great solution to help deal with that, and that is bringing it back, bringing the site plan back, maybe the very last one, to council, so that we can actually have that opportunity to refine this proposal before it gets its final building permits and it can move forward. You know, I want to also echo something else that Councillor O'Meara said. One thing came to my mind when I was considering this application. We got to be very careful of that old expression. It's kind of a gross expression, but sucking and blowing. You know, we're rallying about saving farmland, and we don't want to expand into green fields, and we want to talk about you know, compact form of growth. And here we're presented with an opportunity that achieves that, but also achieves a transit-oriented, friendly, environment-friendly style of development, and we want to say no to it. So I think we need to be very careful. Very careful to send what the message is. Last thing I want to say is that you know, we in the north have been taking a lot of this density already, and we have a lot more applications coming forward. I think that in fairness, in terms of planning across the municipality, I think it's fair that some of this density gets spread out into other wards as well. I know that every day I'm hearing about something else happening in whether it's wards you know, 5, 6, or 7, and you know, and I think that you know, it's time that some of this gets spread out a little bit across the town for the sake of transportation as well as livability. So again, I'll be supporting this this application this evening.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Robertson.
I will support this. I was very excited about it. I thought it was the perfect piece of saying retail is such a waste of space at single levels. And this is taking retail and good quality retail location and making it so that people can live and play and work within a single area. The one thing I do want to stress that I heard from the Residents Association is the aspect of why have over 100 bike parking spots if it's too unsafe to ride in the area. So my active transportation, network is up saying, please, please come back with what's going to happen in terms of quality bike lanes and ways to get around either into downtown Oakville or north over the QEW along Trafalgar. So this is such a great opportunity. And I think I trust staff to iron out the signals for traffic and the implications of left turns and right turns and things like that. That's their expertise job. So I can't wait to see what they do with this. And yes, Mr. Giddings, I really like the site plan aspect. So thank you for that.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Elgar.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Burton. This is a very interesting application. The province tells us we have to grow. Fine. We have our marching orders. We've heard all the positive things that, you personally think that Metrolinks they're going to come through. Could we add a recommendation in there subject to adequate funding by Metrolinks for this project? That way, the residents know they're going to get the transit. And in fact, we are assured that we are doing it properly because we want this to be a growth area. We know where we want to put the people. And all we're asking for is for the province to take the next step. And I don't know why we couldn't put that in. And then it's on their back because we're committed to it if they give us the money to solve the problems that we know will need solving.
Well, Councillor, you can add anything you can move and get council to pass. The way you phrased it, though, there's no definitive, how would we know if they'd given us what, I mean, you'd have to be a lot more specific than give us the money. The evidence that we heard is we don't need any, I didn't hear any need from Metrolinks when we looked at the evidence here. The traffic studies didn't ask for anything from Metrolinks. The only Metrolinks question was, what was going to be the relationship between this crash wall and the site, and the bottom line on that was, it's their call, and they're in charge of rail safety. So, with respect, I don't see the relevance myself.
Well, when I look at the application and what we're trying to do here, I think it looks good. My concern is even not as much as the traffic, is for the people that we want to walk to get to the train, to be able to get to the train safely across that road. And that road is not a pedestrian friendly road. And I don't think it's going to become more pedestrian friendly until something better is done. So based on this, I can't support this motion either tonight.
Okie dokie. Thank you
unless
very
we
much.
can do that.
Thank you for your thoughts. Councillor Grant, your thoughts.
Thank you. I'm going to be supporting this motion just for the fact that this is a growth node. We've gone through months and thousands of emails talking about stopping the sprawl. And if we say suddenly that, well, we're not going to support having growth in a growth node, it makes absolutely no sense. It is that, I wish there was a better phrase, but sucking and blowing that was brought up earlier. As far as the safety of the area, Whole Foods is actually one of the couple of grocery stores that I can walk to from where I live. And I walk down there quite often. If I miss the number 4 bus to get me back to the GO station, then I'll just cross Trafalgar at Cornwall, and drivers are for the most part respectful. It doesn't feel safe because, yeah, it's a wide road, but I actually feel safer crossing Trafalgar and Cornwall than I do McCraney at Sewell half the time, because at least the drivers are paying attention when they're going through that intersection. So I'm fully supportive of this. I realize that it doesn't feel safe for people, and certainly, hopefully, as we go through this process, we'll find ways to give that balance of safety to those. But again, it's a growth node. This is why we came up with growth nodes, and to ignore this just opens us up to all sorts of other problems. So again, I'll be supporting this motion.
Thank you, Councillor Grant. Councillor Adams?
Thanks very much. I'm going to support the motion. This location is on the doorstep of the second busiest station in the GTA, I can't imagine another location that would be more appropriate for there to be additional growth placed at. And as Councillor Knoll mentioned, we've got piles of applications coming along the Trafalgar corridor for high-density development, and I just can't imagine not proceeding with development around the GO station. I recognize there are concerns around traffic and transportation, and I think our staff have responded to those, and I do believe that there's additional work that'll be going on as part of the site plan work and the details that need to go through that. But looking at the big picture, we're looking at the GO station area. It's the biggest growth node that we have, and it's an appropriate location for growth.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Giddings.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. For the benefit of my council colleagues, I, for one, am not suggesting that this is not a growth node. Yes, this
exactly.
This property is next to the second busiest train station, as Councillor Adams had said. It serves as a regional transit node and is a provincial priority transit corridor. My concern is that this area will, north of the tracks, will continue to see the bulk of the growth. On June 7th, you're going to see a report from staff, if you haven't seen it already, talking about some of the heights and the density that we're going to see north of the tracks. This area is also across the road from a residential area. It's on Trafalgar is the gateway to the Trafalgar Road, downtown, Old Oakville and 1st and 2nd Street heritage areas. And out of respect for the area south of Cornwall, I'm not saying no to growth by any means. We have to intensify. I'm just looking for a respectful transition to the area and to the residents of the south by maintaining the existing official plan that everyone around this table agreed to of 10 stories. So I will not be supporting it, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Giddings. Councillor Duddick, do you want another go? Can I put first timers before you? Councillor Longo then.
Thank you, Your Worship. Given some of the discussion earlier just about urban sprawl and trying to make sure that we have intensification in the growth nodes as per Livable Oakville, I will support this application. But I think it's really important, the footnotes, the importance of traffic and pedestrian safety as well as active transportation. So I think those have to be footnoted and then brought back, as Councillor Giddings has mentioned, to the site plan. So I do support the motion.
Thank you. Councillor Sandhu.
Thank you, Mayor Burton. I just wanted to kind of piggyback off of some of the comments that my council colleagues have made, specifically with regard to urban sprawl. The number of folks that we've heard from today, while they're obviously very passionate about what they're saying today and obviously live in the area, and obviously defer to their judgment because they're living it every day. I am a pre-pandemic daily GO train user. And I can say that a majority of the traffic that's turning in that intersection is going left, go north on Trafalgar. If we are going to continue to intensify at the level that we have been in Ward 7 specifically, and I know that my other council colleagues in the north have mentioned the same, but if we're going to continue to intensify in that level, you're not only just going to get more cars going in and around that area, but they're going to be traveling on Trafalgar to go north. So in order for us to better plan for the town and make it more livable, as Councillor Knoll mentioned, I think that intensifying in the areas that we're supposed to intensify for so that people can actually get to the GO station and other means of transport besides having to drive north on Trafalgar is a more appropriate use of land use planning, specifically with regard to the specific site. So with that, I'm going to be supporting this motion. We can't be saying that we don't want urban sprawl and saying absolutely we need to have growth in certain pockets in certain areas where we've already planned for it, and then turn around and say no, we don't want it here because it's too close to our house. I think it's very, very important to understand that this is how things are planned out in the town, and we need to ensure that we're planning for our future, not just for our own subdivisions. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Sandu. Councillor Dudek, did you want to add to or change your previous remarks?
Actually, Your Worship, I think Councillor Haslett-Theo is the first-time speaker.
I beg your pardon?
I think Councillor Haslett-Theo was the first-time speaker ahead of me.
Oh, already. There is a bit of a difficulty seeing the color matching's a little odd. Councillor Haslett-Theo, please,
Thank you, Mayor.
you have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor Burton. And first, let me start by saying I want to thank everybody for the hour of the night and for a fulsome discussion. It was enlightening. We and you as councillors have told the public for 8 years or more that Midtown would be planned with 200 people and jobs per hectare. And while I appreciate Mayor Burton's math tonight, and in fact his passion for ensuring that we intensify where we should, I am not saying that I'm not supportive of intensification. In fact, I'm incredibly supportive of the urban structure, and I'm very excited to see what's going to happen with Midtown as we go forward. But Midtown has a great deal of pressure on it as the largest growth node with a very small mass of land. When you compare it to some of the other lands that we look at regularly from an application perspective. While I understand that we have to achieve these growth targets and followed intently the regional discussion and do support no urban sprawl, this isn't about protecting a neighborhood. This is about an appropriate level of development on a site. So we've told them for a long time the numbers of 200 people and jobs. And the math was actually explicitly laid out at over 12,000 people and 8,000 jobs. So we own that. We own making that the public understood that and expected that. So really what I'm concerned about is that we can hit these growth targets, but how and what we approve does impact the surrounding neighborhoods and those individuals who live in those buildings. It's not about just across the street, albeit it needs to be safe. It is about livability within that. And that I'm appreciative that Councillor Giddings brought forward the review and that you supported that site plan will look at that, because those amenities and that at the flow within that site will make a difference. And to Councillor Mira's point, I don't think we need that much parking. But maybe we should have had that resolved before it came to a decision. And I'm hopeful that ultimately there will be less people who require a car at that site. But it doesn't change that right now there will be and could be that volume of traffic. And that 528 units per hectare is what you are agreeing to versus what was in our official plan, which we regularly tell people we uphold and that it is critical. I'm also concerned about it having a transitional corridor along Cornwall, because that's appropriate. And a resident wrote in a while back with a wonderful description about how you could transition from the corner down along Cornwall and have some wonderful intensification that supports our vision without giving in to 19 and 14 at that site with the issues that we've raised tonight. So to me, livability needs to be a higher factor in our assessment. It should be a higher factor in the north. It should be a higher factor in Bronte. It should be a higher factor in Midtown. It's not just about the numbers. We are responsible for building community, about making sure that what we support will, for the next generation, be truly livable. And so I've heard tonight, a bit of this phrase sucking and blowing. frankly, I take offense to it because I know what's going to happen on Cross, and I understand the amount of intensification we are going to have to embrace. But this site in and of itself, 19 and 14 is not appropriate. If they had come back with something less, if Metrolinx stepped up, if the region and the town are committed to fixing safety issues, pedestrian issues, and it's not just a feeling, folks. People don't use that intersection as much as they would because they are incredibly uncomfortable crossing. So that drives cars, by the way. So I won't be supporting it for all the reasons I've said. I do absolutely appreciate everyone's perspective tonight and the time of the day. And I particularly appreciate that Councillor Giddings brought forward that the site plan will be reviewed in detail because it will drive and needs to drive livability for the residents who will live there and the residents around it.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Duddick.
Thank you, Worship, and thank you for the opportunity to clarify. I in no way am saying anti-sprawl is the issue here. What I am saying is I fully support Midtown and what was proposed. What I do have a problem with is when the entire area was designed to be contingent around a GO train station and the key player, the province, is not stepping up to make it a viable option. So just to clear the record, I am not going against, contrary to what Councillor O'Meara was referring, that I was doing one thing and then going and turning around and doing another. No, I fully support intensification in the areas that we were designating. What I do not support is the fact you don't have the appropriate support from the province.
Thank you, Councillor Duddick. Madam Clerk, would you please conduct a roll call vote? Council, the clerk will call your name and you will answer yes or no to signify your vote. Other words can be confused and mistaken, so please limit yourself to yes or no. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Councillor O'Meara?
Yes.
Councillor Robertson?
Yes.
Councillor Duddick?
No.
Councillor Chisholm?
No.
Councillor Giddings?
No.
Councillor Hassett-Thiel?
No.
Councillor Elgar?
No.
Councillor Longo?
Yes.
Councillor Mayor Burton?
Yes, by any name, yes.
Councillor Noel?
Yes.
Councillor Grant?
Yes.
Councillor Adams?
Yes.
Councillor Lischina?
Yes.
Councillor Sandhu?
Yes.
It wins 9-5.
Thank you, everybody, for your hard work on this question. And now, the next item before us is 7.3, the Housing Information Report and Preliminary Policy Analysis. We have a presentation from Brad Sunderland, our planner. I'm not aware of any delegations. And the motion is to receive the presentation and the information and forward it and council's comments to the town's Affordable Housing Panel upon its assembly for information and consideration. Mr. Sunderland, we are all ears. You have the Zoom, the floor, and our attention.
Mayor Burton, sorry, may I interrupt for a moment?
Councillor Sandhu.
Thank you, Mayor Burton. Just given the lateness of the hour, I was going to ask whether my council colleagues required the presentation, understanding that staff has obviously prepared very well for this time. and I didn't want to take away, I don't want to steal their thunder, but I definitely wanted to pay attention to the lateness of the hour.
Mr. Sunderland has already written a wonderful report, and a presentation is only a summary of that. I'm sure he's quite relieved to stand down, and he might only wish that we'd let him know a little earlier. So thank you, Mr. Sunderland. Mr. Grant, Councilor Grant, 1 second. Council, if upon reading Mr. Sunderland's report, comments and questions occur to you, please forward them to the Office of Mayor and Council, and we'll add them to the information we're assembling for the report we're working on. Councilor Grant, were you thinking of favoring us with the requisite motion here?
I was, along with just a general thanks for especially page 29 of the report. When you talk to people about how complex the situation is, page 29 really pulls it all together. So I think that's a great example of the type of thinking and work that our staff does. And with that, yes, I will move the staff recommendation.
Thank you very much, Councilor Grant, and thank you for complimenting a great report there. Is there any objection to the motion? Yes, Councilor Knoll doesn't object, but he comments.
Yeah, Councilor Grant and I are lockstep tonight because I also want to compliment the staff. I actually want to give a quadruple compliment to the staff. This is one of the best written reports I've seen come out of the staff in a long time. Not that they don't give us great reports, but this one is comprehensive, and it really paints an amazingly easy to digest picture of an incredibly complex issue. And I'm personally going to be sharing this with everybody that is interested in this particular issue, because I think if you read this report from cover to cover, you'll understand the breadth and the depth of this incredibly important issue, and even see some potential considerations and thoughts. So I want to thank the staff profusely for this. It's exactly what we needed at the exact right moment. I certainly wish that the task force at Queen's Park had the benefit of this before they went into their process. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilor Knoll. Councilor Adams.
Likewise, I just wanted to thank our staff. It's a really good overview report that covers all the moving pieces of this question around housing and housing affordability and how housing gets created. It is super complex, and I recognize that it's late in the day or late in the hour, late in the evening, and maybe we don't have as many people watching our show here as maybe we'd like, but it's the kind of thing that in the public discourse on the issue of housing, it really ought to be part of the public discussion and debate, because I think it gives sort of the housing 101 that a lot of people I think are missing. I know in the discussions that I've had with people, they kind of immediately buy into some of the build propaganda that gets put out there around you know, how come housing isn't being built? And I think this would really help with that discussion. So, you know, unfortunately, we don't have, the viewership of our council meetings that we might want, but it's a kind of material that I think through our housing panel and through our other means, we ought to try and get put out there a little bit more.
A future episode of Oakville Matters on your TV may conceivably cover this. All right, I guess I'll ask, is there any objection to Councillor Grant's motion? And Madam Clerk, I see none, and Councillor Grant's motion carries. Thank you, Councillor Grant. Council, the next item and the last item is the public meeting on the settlement offer in the Ontario Land Tribunal appeal at 315 Glen Ashton Drive. You have an extremely thorough set of reports. It's my opinion that there is no need for you to add to the small amount of time you've spent in camera over this term. As you know, we've decided as a group that we wanted to minimize time in camera. And you know, assuming that you agree with me, I'm going to give the floor to Ms. Huckwith, our solicitor for the town, and I'm going to ask her if she would like to share with us what she's heard from the public as a result of the consultation we did about this. And anything else that may be new that you need to know. Solicitor Huckworth.
Good evening. I can confirm that although I had a presentation for this evening, I have nothing to add to the reports that were provided to you. So I don't intend to extend the evening further. The purpose of this public report was to allow members of the public to provide comments or raise concerns with respect to the proposed settlement offer. There are no public delegates other than the owner's representative. There were no public submissions. I can advise I was contacted directly by one resident who's asked a number of questions with respect to height and elevator shafts, but I believe that residents' concerns were addressed. The only other concern that I've heard is with respect to stormwater management, and I can confirm that this settlement offer has no additional impact on stormwater. It's purely a matter of height rather than the footprint of the building that's being addressed, and in any event, the application would be reviewed through the site plan process, which would deal with stormwater and ensure that there are no negative impacts. So I know that there is the one delegate from the owner. However, you do have a copy of that person's planning justification report, and they may or may not wish to provide further information to you.
Thank you, Ms. Huckworth. The clerk is checking to see if he does. And we'll just avoid hurrying here so that she can complete that task.
I just sent an email.
Okay. Let me see if I can solicit the indicated motion from anyone. Councillor Knoll, thank you. Mr. Lowe, we were speculating about whether you had anything to add or not. Anyway, welcome. You have our attention.
Thank you very much. Perfect, thank you. And I will say that I have been viewing this episode of Oakville Council. It is my first time actually viewing it, and I will say that I do a lot of council presentations. I will say that this is one of the more respectful ones. You know, there's differing opinions, but you guys all respect each other, and it's very cordial, and it doesn't have the shenanigans that I see in other councils. So I definitely applaud your council for that. I did have a presentation prepared, but due to the late hour, it really was just a summary of the planning opinion and the planning letter that I had provided as part of the settlement offer. I'm more than happy to go over any questions that any council have. And if anyone wants the presentation, I can't see that being the case at 11 p.m. But if anyone does, I'm ready and I'm willing to do it. I do have a slideshow prepared that did have some of the graphics and the diagrams prepared as part of the settlement offer, namely the comparative shadow studies and kind of just the massing and the renderings and a view of the elevator shaft that was noted before. And I can go over those if those were any, if there was any questions on any of those. But otherwise, I'm free to stand down and take any questions if there were any.
Thank you, Mr. Lowe. I believe I speak for all of council when I say they feel fully informed and prepared by our own staff. And so thank you very much for making yourself available and for letting us know that we have a shenanigans deficit. Council, may I put the vote? Councillor Knoll has a quick comment, and then perhaps we'll put the vote.
Thank you. First of all, I'm glad that we allowed that delegate to speak because of his nice compliment to us, something that we could use after such a long meeting. I am moving this motion. Councillor Grant and I spent quite a bit of time with staff and trying to understand the circumstances that have led to this. We're disappointed that we're at this point. We wish we could have stuck to the original deal, but in light of the circumstances, the impacts will not be significant, and it's better than fighting this out long term. But I also want to say thank you to you, Your Worship, and to staff for allowing this to be done in public session. because it's, I think it speaks to the transparency of this council that we're able to conduct these matters in full, open, and transparent manner in front of the public instead of doing this in camera. So thank you for that.
Thank you, Councillor Knoll. So just to be clear, Councillor Knoll, you're moving the motion on page 11. That's correct. Thank you. So this authorizes the finalized settlement.
Yes, sir.
Any objection to the motion? Madam Clerk, seeing none, I declare that motion carried. Thank you, Councillor Knoll. Thank you, Council.
He moved 7-4 also.
Pardon?
Did he move 7-4 just to receive it?
Yes. Yes.
7-4 and 8-1.
That's the Mr. Lowe resolution. All right, so we've covered that. Now, we need, it'd be in order for a motion to rise and report. Councillor Longo, thank you very much. Any objection? There being none, that carries. I rise and report the Committee of the Whole has met and made recommendations on public hearing items 6.1, 6.2, and 6.3, discussion items 7.1, 7.2, 7.3, and 7.4, and the confidential discussion item 8.1 is noted by the clerk. A mover and seconder for this report would be in order. Councillor Lischina, Councillor Robertson, thank you. Any objection? Madam Clerk, there being no objection, the motion carries. The report is approved. Council, is there any new business of an emergency, condolence, or congratulatory nature that anyone would like to bring forward? Councillor Dudek.
I just wanted to take this opportunity to congratulate Councillor Adams' daughter, Michelle, on her recent awarding for a scholarship. I think that was an excellent, a hardworking individual. I can attest, my husband saw her at work at the Elections Canada, and she was a smart gal.
Councillor O'Meara.
Thank you, Worship. And I'd like to take this moment to congratulate Councillor Giddings on his grandchild being born on this past Friday, James Daniel. And it's a great thing for you. And we're all very proud. We're all proud, Grandpa. Thanks.
Councillor Giddings. Proud Papa.
Thank you, Councillor O'Meara. I'm looking forward to bringing this one to Queen Elizabeth Park as well for the parents and top or grandparents and tots programs in my case. Mr. Mayor, I'd just like to remind everybody and thank those that came out to celebrate with us on Saturday. Everyone knows that May is Museum Month, and we were able to welcome people at an open house at the Coach House on the Ercless grounds. The only thing better than the weather was the activities that the staff planned and the smiles on the residents' faces that came out to have a look at Ercless, the Coach House, as well as participate in the activities. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Knoll.
Thank you. It's an awfully hard act to follow with new cute grandchildren and really smart children. But I just want to acknowledge the fact that this is Police Week. And in my capacity as chair of the Halton Police Board, I want to acknowledge the hardworking women and men of our Halton Regional Police Service over the course of Police Week, both sworn and civilian. The theme this year, the province has determined, is your police services helping build safer communities. And that is such an apropos theme because we have the safest community, of course, in Canada. We're proud of that statistic year after year. Take a moment, ladies and gentlemen, to learn more about your police service. We just published an annual report. You'll find that on our website at haltonpolice.ca. Learn more about your police board at haltonpoliceboard.ca. There's lots to learn, lots to be proud of. And once again, thank you to the chief and his whole team over at the Halton Regional Police Services for their fine work in keeping us safe.
Thank you, Chair Knoll. Councillor Dudek.
This will be my last. I'm sorry. I forgot to offer congratulations to my colleague, Councillor Chisholm, on increasing his hockey team baseball, lacrosse team, who knows what, with the birth of another grandson from his daughter, Heather.
So it sounds like Councillor Chisholm is winning the grandson race. Is that right, Ray?
No surprise, just to let you know, my other daughter's going to have twins in September. So I started with one, I'm up to 6.
So this matters. This matters. What's your total count?
By the end of September, it'll be 6 of them, 6 grandchildren.
So you've temporarily exceeded Councillor Knowles' 5, and I guess the race is going to continue.
I have another one coming in August.
Councillor Dudek has 8.
Yeah, yes. Kathy's got 8. There we go.
No, this is not your usual foot race. All right. Have we done all of that we wanted to? Okay. It would now be in order for a mover and seconder for the bylaws. Councillor Elgar and Councillor Giddings, thank you very much. Any objection? Madam Clerk, there being none, the bylaws are passed. And gosh, it's only 11 o'clock and we've finished our work. So it's been great working with you. You always bring a lot to the table and everybody always learns from the exchange. See you next time.